Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to this special occasion. First of all, we would like to praise and thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful, for giving us blessing, health, and the opportunity today so that we can attend this international conference today, Saturday, 6th August 2022. My name is Marilyn Silviani, and it's a precious chance for me to be your MC in this very special event, and I'm privileged to be hosting today's agenda. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Taufikullah M. Hum, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Dr. Insinyur Sutaman, MSc, and the Honorable Speakers, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, MSc, Chairman of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, and advisor to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Honorable Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka, Chancellor of Shigakukan University, Japan, SEAF DEC Support Committee Member, Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, the Honorable Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi from Borneo Marine Research Institute, University Malaysia Sabah Aquaculture, Fish Nutrition, Aquafeed Development, Seaweed Farming, Seahorse Aquaculture. The Honorable Jaslina Saleh, PhD, Senior Lecturer at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies, University Science Malaysia. And also I would like to welcome the Honorable Moderator, Dr. Yoga Prihatin, MPD, and distinguished guests, all participants of today's agenda. Warmest greetings and welcome to Infisma International Conference on Sustainable Fisheries and Marine 2022, the strategic role of the fisheries and marine sector in supporting the agenda of Sustainable Development Goals. This event is organized by Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us commence this event by reciting Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please raise for singing national anthem from Indonesia, Japan, and Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, prayer recitation will be delivered by Mr. Narto SPI MSI. Please do.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma shalli wa sallim ala sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad wa sallim wa radiyallahu tabaraka angkunang sadana Rasulillahi ajmain walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan niwaikaf majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yamjalabi jawabini sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammadin salatan tunjina biha min jamil ahwalil afat وتقضي لنا بها جميع الحاجات وتطهرنا بها من جميع الشيئات وترفعنا بها عندك أعلى الدرجات وتبلغنا بأقصى الغايات من جميع الخير في الحياة وبعد الممات اللهم اغفر لنا ولوالدينا وللمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات يا قاضي الحاجات اللهم إنا نسألك إيمانا دائما ونسألك قلبا خاشعا ونسألك علما نافعا ونسألك دينا قائما ونسألك يقينا صادقا ونسألك عملا صالحا ونسألك خيرا كثيرا ونسألك عفوا والعافية ونسألك تمام العافية ونسألك شكر على العافية ونسألك الغنى عن الناس اللهم يا حي يا قيوم يا لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين فاستجبنا له ونجيناه من الغم وكذلك ننجي المؤمنين لا إله إلا أنت سبحانك إني كنت من الظالمين ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار سبحانك ربك رب العزة أما يصفون والسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين صدق الله العظيم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narto SPI MSI, for the prayer recitations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure that now we would like to invite the Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Insinyur Sutaman MSI, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dr. Tautikulo M. Hum, Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Indonesia. The Honorable Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dauri MS, Chairman of Indonesian Aquaculture Society and Advisor to the Minister of Marine Affairs, and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka, Chancellor of Shigakukan University, Japan Seatback Support Committee member, Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center, the Honorable Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi, Borneo Marine Research Institute, University Malaysia Sabah Aquaculture, Fish Nutrition, Aquafeed Development, Seaweed Farming, Seahorse Aquaculture. The Honorable Saslina Saleh, PhD, Senior Lecturer at the Center for Policy Research and International Study, University Science Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let's add thanks to Allah, the Almighty, for blessing and guiding us into the right path, and for granting all men and opportunities to gather here to attend this very meaningful occasion. On behalf of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, I am pleased to welcome everyone to join the International Conference on Sustainable Fisheries and Marine 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that the potential of Indonesia's fisheries and marine resources is very high and become the initial strength for the welfare of Indonesian people towards a golden Indonesia 2045. Therefore, synergy between relevant stakeholders is needed to realize the fisheries and marine sector as food and future for Indonesia. With the capabilities that we have through the fisheries and marine sector, it is necessary to preserve and empower the potential of fisheries and marine resources to be managed sustainably in line with the SDGs. The international conference that we have scheduled today becomes a forum for lectures, research, and students to publish the research result at the international level, so that the scientific publications produced can increase scientific knowledge and new innovation in fisheries and marine affairs that can be implemented properly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for all kinds, the speakers, presenters, and all of seminar participants who have taken the time to participate in this activity. Finally, on behalf of the Faculties of Fisheries and Marine Science, Fakultas Pancasakti, Universitas Pancasakti, wish you on useful and enjoyable international conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Insinyur Sutaman, MSc, the Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, for the warmest welcoming remark. And now we would like to invite the Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Dr. Taufikullah M. Hum, to deliver the opening remark and to officially open today's agenda. Please do.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu. Good morning, all ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, first of all, Rector of Universitas Pancasila Tegal, welcome you all in this offline conference, international conference on sustainable fisheries and marine 2022, with the topics that the role of fisheries and marine sector in supporting the agenda of sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Universitas Pancasila Tegal is a private university which is located in the border between Central Java and West Java, in the north west of Java. So we are living, we are locating near the sea, around 500 meters from our campus is, the North Sea of Java. And as you know that Indonesia, the region of Indonesia consists of sea. Yeah, 70% of Indonesian region consists of sea, or about 2/3 of Indonesian region in general. And then we have a historical, something like a historical, we have a history, Tegal, yeah. Tegal has a big history about marine and fisheries. That's why Tegal has an icon, yeah, which is called the icon of marine and fishery. And our university has the faculty of fishery and marine. And then of course, we can contribute as well to development of marine and fishery in Tegal City. And in this beautiful occasion, in this outstanding occasion, I would like to deliver my great thanks to the speakers of the conference. First is Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dauri. Salam hormat, Prof. Rohmin. Thanks very much for attending this conference. So we hope you to share your ideas and point of views about developing fisheries and marines. And I would also thanks to Dr. Katsuko Matsuka, the Chancellor of Sigakukan University, Japan C. CIVTEC Sport Community Member, Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. Thank you, sir. Thank you for attending. So we hope that in the future we can cooperate well, not only participating in the conference, but we can probably do something like the research and publications together. Of course, to develop the potencies of marine and fisheries among the two countries between Japan and Indonesia. So because our region has a very great potency concerning with marine and fisheries. So Tegal is the only city in Indonesia which is popular with the icon of marine and fisheries. And then next, I would also thanks to Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi. Hello, Prof. Selamat pagi, Prof. Rosita.
Selamat pagi, Pak Rektor. Thank you for this
Yeah.
opportunity.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Rosita. I still remember 2017 or 2018, I went to University Malaysia Sabah. I went to your institute. So yeah. And it was the first time for me to initiate, for us to initiate the cooperations between Universitas Pancasila Tegal and also between University Malaysia Sabah. And since then, we are running the cooperation as well for some programs, yeah, especially for research. Thanks very much for being here. So we hope, we wait for your sharing, your ideas, your point of views about fisheries and marines, yeah, development. And also, please accept my thanks to Dr. Saslina Saleh, PhD. Thanks very much, Ibu. The senior lecturers at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies, University Science Malaysia. And also in this occasion, please accept my great appreciation to the committee, to the Dean of the Marine and Dean of Fisheries and Marine Faculty, Pak Dr. Sutaman, also the committee members of this conference. So One of the topic that attract me well, is about the digitalization of aquaculture. As our university is now moving to digitalize all the things, yeah, in running this university. And of course, digitalization becomes the main issue, yeah, or the prior issue that now we put our concern with. Yeah. So anyway, thank you very much for being here. Enjoy the conference. We hope that we can conduct the similar events, academic event in the future. Anyway, thank you very much, Dr. Matsuko. Yeah, thanks very much. I think I'm meeting you for the second time in virtual, but I hope that, yeah, we can go to Japan, yeah, next time to meet you for further cooperation program. Thank you very much. Enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Taufikullah M. Hum, the Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time to move on to the main agenda, which is Infisma, International Conference on Sustainable Fisheries and Marine 2022. And the topic of the discussion is about the strategic role of the fisheries and marine sector in supporting the agenda of sustainable development goals. We are so honored to be in the presence of 4 keynote speakers who will give the talks and the discussion of today's international conference. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, MSE. Second speaker is Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka. The third speaker is Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi. And the last speaker is Zasvina Saleh, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, the talk and the discussion sessions for today's international conference will be chaired by the Honorable Mrs. Dr. Yoga Prihatin, MPD, as the moderator. And now, allow me to briefly read her short biography. Mrs. Dr. Yoga Prihatin, MPD. She is head of Office of Cooperation and International Affairs, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, and also doctor in language education from Semarang State University, UNES, Indonesia. She is lecturer and researcher in ELT, visiting scholar at Hatye University, Thailand, and Northern Illinois University, USA. She is also head of international affairs in ADRI, Central Java, and also International Journal editorial board member. While we have a great moderator here, will guide our discussions of today's international conference. And now it's time for me to hand over the main agenda to our moderator. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in giving the warmest welcome to our moderator, Dr. Yoga Prihatin, MPD. Time is now yours.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marilyn, for the opportunity given to me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to the main agenda. That will be presenters' turn to have their presentations. It is an honor for me to invite the first honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, MSE, the chairman of Indonesian Aquaculture Society and advisor to the Minister of Marine Affairs and Fishery of the Republic of Indonesia. But before his presentations, I would like to introduce him to all the distinguished audience here. Operator, would you please show us the short profile of Professor Dr. Rohmin Dahuri? Okay, here it is. Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, he is a professor of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science in Institut Pertanian Bogor University or Agriculture University in Indonesia. He's also president of Indonesian Aquaculture Society, chairman of Expert Council MPN, Nusantara Fisheries Society, member of International Scientific Fishery Board of Center for Coastal and Oceans Development, University of Bremen, Germany, Honorary Ambassador of Jeju Island and Busan Metropolitan City, South Korea, Advisor to the Minister of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Indonesia, 2020 to 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it is again a great honor for me to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri. Hello, Professor, are you there?
I'm here ready to run it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please do, Professor.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yoga Prihatin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May God peace, mercy, and blessing be upon all of us. Good morning to everyone. Honorable Dr. Taufikullah, Rector of Universitas Pancasakti Tegal, Indonesia. Dr. Sutaman, my best colleagues, the Dean of Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. Dr. Tatsuro Matsuwako from Japan, and other distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my great pleasure to be invited as a keynote speaker at this highly important international conference on sustainable fisheries and marine 2022. I am very pleased to share my expertise, my knowledge, and my patience in the area of coastal and ocean sustainable development. As requested by the organizing committee, the topic of my speech right now is, let me open up my slide presentation, right? Okay, so the blue economy and industry 4.0 for a productive, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable coastal and ocean development. Let me begin with the existential challenges of sustainable development and human civilization in the 21st century. Over the last 50 years, the conventional economic paradigm, which is capitalism, indeed has boosted the global economic growth nearly fivefold, due largely to population growth, increasing income, and technological advancement. The world population has increased by a factor of 2, from 3.9 billion in 1970 to 7.8 billion people today. Technological innovation, especially since the beginning of the Industry 4.0, has made human life more productive, efficient, easier, healthier, and indeed comfortable. However, about 1.3 billion people remain poor and some 700 million are still hungry. Moreover, capitalism has also been a root cause of the widening economic inequality in both within and among countries of the world. The more alarming is that the fact that human greed and profit maximization as the basic tenets of capitalism has been driving overexploitation of natural resources and excessive release of waste and greenhouse gases into the environment, which have resulted in triple ecological crises, which are global climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Such a triple ecological crisis, if not addressed properly and quickly, would threaten not only economic development, but also the survival of human being itself. This is just to give you the evidence according to Oxfam International Institute in 2019 that in 2010 the world reaches of 388 people on the wealth has the wealth more than the entire bottom half of the world population. Yeah, but And then in 2017, the richest group of that owns wealth exceeding that of the bottom half of our world shrunk to just 8 people, like Bill Gates, George Bezos, and so forth. Such high inequality of wealth has occurred not only between countries but also within countries. Today, developed or rich countries with population only about 18% of the world population consume about 70% of the world energy, the majority of which come from fossil fuels. That is the primary factor causing global warming. By 2022, if what we call the world will need sorry about technicality. Okay. And this is just a calculation or estimation from the Global Footprint Network, which is the what we call independent research institute. Yeah. If the current lifestyle is what we call continues, then to sustain human population, we need about 3.5 planet Earth. They would need 5 planet Earth if everyone lived like a citizen of the United States. We need 3.4 planet Earth if everyone follow the Russian lifestyle. And sadly, we need 1.1 planet Earth if the Indonesian lifestyle as it is now going on. So in short, on this one Earth, globally, human consume more than the planet's ability to sustain itself. For Indonesia, the current lifestyle reflected in the rate of natural resource utilization, discharge of waste, and emission of greenhouse gases into the environment has already surpassed the carrying capacity of the country. This is actually a very dilemmatic situation. Why? Because Indonesia is still a lower middle income country with gross national income per capita only 3,870 and with high unemployment and poverty rate. While Indonesia independence goal is actually to achieve Indonesia nation as developed and prosperous countries. This is the classification of countries based on gross national income per capita. As you can see from this table, that in order for one country to be classified as prosperous or high income country, the gross national income per capita or GNI per capita must be bigger than $12,695. Already 77 years Indonesia independence, our gross national income per capita still 3,870. If we compare with neighboring countries, especially Malaysia, already almost for high income country, which is 10,600 US dollar. Brunei Darussalam already 32,000, and very amazing is Singapore, close to 55,000 US dollar, even more prosperous or richer than Japan and South Korea. So I would like to share the next session about the increasing rules of coastal and marine ecosystem. In line with the what we call the increasing human population and its purchasing power, then the demand for natural resources, living space for housing and so forth, and environmental services like media for transportation, tourism, hydrological cycle, and climate regulator is increasing. Meanwhile, natural resources, living species, and environmental services on land are limited, declining, or difficult to develop. So this is going to be what we call making coastal and marine area become more what we call more strategic role in the future. So this is the evidence that indeed global population keep growing, yeah, from time to time, and the marine waters in the form of seas and ocean, marine ecosystem with their rich embodied natural resources and environmental services offer the Earth's additional capacities to fulfill the increasing human demand for natural resources and so forth. However, indiscriminate and reckless development policies and activities, especially since the World War II, have brought about overfishing, pollution, physical degradation of coastal ecosystem, and biodiversity loss at a level that has reached or exceeded the carrying capacity of many coastal and marine areas across the globe. Furthermore, global warming and its associated negative impact has compounded pressures on the sustainability of coastal and ocean ecosystem. So this is just to give you example how damaging is the climate change if not quickly addressed. Make ocean temperatures become warmer, and then the dissolved oxygen content of our ocean or marine water also, decreasing. And more importantly, in terms of negative impact, is our ocean become more acidic. Yeah? And this is the again data or evidence that global warming or global climate change has indeed been happening. In the past 6 years, the Earth has been experiencing the warmest global temperature on records since measurements began in 1880. And the rate of sea level rise has reached new record with an increase of more than double since measurement began in 1992. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or IPCC, has said that 1.5 centigrade above pre-industrial level as the highest global temperature threshold. However, according to the report of the World Maritime Organization, has predicted that if the emission rate of CO2 and other greenhouse gases as of today, then in the next 5 years, global temperature will exceed the threshold. In fact, this already happened in some areas of the Earth today. Now, I would like to turn into the potential and utilization level of blue economy. So, as you already understand that coast and ocean not only has a function in economic terms, but also in recreational and spiritual terms, security and defense, ecology, and indeed research and education. So this is the fact that about 72% of our Earth actually covered by marine waters. 97% of the Earth water lies in the seas and ocean, and within the seas and ocean lies 97% of the Earth's living space. The coastal zone covers only about 8% of the Earth land area, but produces about 45% of the Earth natural resources and environmental services. About 65% of the world population reside within coastal areas, and by 2030, the number is predicted to reach 3/4 of the world population. 3/4 of the world big cities are located in the coastal zone. And finally, coast and oceans provide huge natural resources and environmental services needed for economic development and sustenance of human life. All the ecological or life supporting system of coast and ocean have indeed sustained and shaped human existence on Earth since life first emerged from the ancient sea. Coast and ocean play a pivotal role in the security, defense, sovereignty of any country, particularly coastal states like Indonesia. Coast and ocean possess countless scientific information in various fields. This is key for sustainable economic development and human civilization. According to one of the top expert in geopolitics, Atemahan, he said that who rules the waves, or who what we call comprehend the seas and ocean, then he or she will rule the world. So this is just to remind you that indeed our Earth is covered by 5 oceans in Indonesian words, Samudra, from Pacific, Indian Ocean, Atlantic, Arctic, and Southern Ocean or Antarctic Ocean. And this is blue economy or marine economy, to my political understanding. It's include all economic activities taking place within coastal and ocean areas and on land areas which use raw materials or natural resources originated from coast and ocean. In the meantime, maritime economy only includes, number 1, sea transportation, 2, shipbuilding and maintenance, And then number 3, port construction and operation and their related industries and services. So based on these two definitions, maritime economy is actually a part of marine economy. So marine economy, if we remember about the math as what we call it universe, while maritime economy is a subset of the marine economy. This is actually, in my understanding, green economy and blue economy emerge as a response to correct the failures of capitalism, which what we call has homework like 1.8 billion people still poor, 700 million people hungry, and the widening economic inequality and triple ecological crisis and global warming. A green economy, according to UNEP, is one that results in improved human well-being and social equity while significantly reducing environmental risks and ecological scarcities. Basically, blue economy, according to UNEP again, is the application of green economy in marine areas or in the blue water. So blue economy means the use of the seas and its resources for sustainable economic development. That's according to European Union in 2019. So this is to give you an example about the domain or scope of blue economy, like the utilization of renewable energy, fisheries, maritime transport, tourism, and we have also to handle about climate change and waste management. So this is the list of example about the activities under blue economy, from harvesting of living resources, extraction of non-living resources, generation of new resources, commerce and trade, respond to the ocean health challenges and so forth. And this is according to the World Bank in 2016. And this is blue economy according to the European Union. So European Union classified blue economic sector into two. The first group is the established sector, for example, the utilization of marine living resources, marine non-living resources, and coastal tourism. The second category is emerging sector, just the beginning or before not utilized yet, like ocean energy, bioeconomy and biotechnology, and so forth. This is just to give you pictorial example. So multi-sectors is the blue economy. But Indonesia is one of, as the largest archipelago on Earth, indeed must be benefiting from the development of sustainable blue economy, because more than 75% of Indonesian area actually in the form of sea, about 6.4 million square kilometer. On the land, land area is only 23%. Yeah. So this is according to my research, that blue economy sector in Indonesia consists of 11 sectors, from capture fisheries, coastal and marine aquaculture, up to non-conventional resources. What I mean by non-conventional resources are natural resources and environmental services located in Indonesian coast and ocean, but because we don't have technology or financial capability yet, we have not utilized those resources. Those what I mean by non-conventional resources. For example, like ocean energy in the form of wave, tides and so forth, we have not utilized yet. Seal gas, like hydrate gas, located along the north coast of West Sumatra and South Java, we have not utilized yet. That's again example of non-conventional resources. So in short, the total economic value potential of Indonesian blue economy or marine economy is estimated about 1.4 billion trillion US dollar. Sorry. So that's about 1.5 the existing Indonesian gross domestic product or GDP. If we use innovation technology and management properly, and then 11 marine economic sector of Indonesia will be able to provide about 45 million people or 35% of the total workforce in Indonesia. However, in 2018, the contribution of Indonesian marine economic sector to the country's GDP was only 10 or 11%. From positive point of view, that means the room for expansion to utilize marine economic potential still huge. So this is just to give an example about one resources, which is fisheries. So Indonesia has maximum sustainable yield of marine capture fisheries, about 12.54 million metric ton per year. And in 2020, we just catch about 7.1 million metric ton, which is about 57% of the maximum sustainable yield. While the potential or mariculture or marine aquaculture very big, which is 60 million metric ton per year, and we just utilized in 2002 about 8.5 million metric tons, and more than 90% of the 8.5 million metric ton coming out from mariculture was in the form of seaweed. Okay, so in the form of finfish, crustacean, and mollusks, less than 1 million metric ton produced in 2020. And the other big potential from blue economy is actually marine biotechnology industry. According to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Republic of Korea, that the market of marine biotechnology industry is actually about 4 times the size of the current semiconductor or IT industry. Yeah, but most of young generation, be it Indonesia, Malaysia, maybe also in Japan, mostly working for IT industry, not in marine biotechnology industry. I think this is my suggestion or my appeal to young generation of the world to come to invest and doing business in marine biotechnology industry. Of course, must be on a sustainable basis. So in short, the importance of the word coast and ocean cannot be overstated. They are pivotal to the very existence and well-being of nations as well as of the world society. Let me move to the second topic about issues, problem, challenges of managing sustainable marine development. So despite the vital role of coast and ocean, nearly everywhere coast and marine ecosystem are under tremendous development pressures. In some coastal and marine areas, such development pressure have actually already reached a level that threaten their sustainable capacity, reflected among others in high pollution level, overfishing, degraded coastal coral reefs, mangroves and other coastal system, erosion and sedimentation, biodiversity loss, spatial use conflict, and ironically, poverty still lingering on many coastal dwellers. This is especially true in coastal areas with high development intensity and or high population density. For example, the Jakarta Bay, the Gulf of Thailand, Manila Bay, Thames Rivers estuary in UK, Boston Bay, Chesapeake Bay, and coastal areas surrounding the East China Sea. So this is the top 7 threats to the sustainability of coast and ocean, from habitat biodiversity loss, global warming or global climate change, up to poverty. So this is what we call example from UNEP that if you see this graph, actually from 1950 to 1990, the status of fish stock in marine areas with underdeveloped and developing state is very big. But as you can see in 2003, 50% or more than 80% of our fish stock in what we call marine world, the status already fully exploited, overexploited, or crashed. This is very, very dangerous to the sustainability of capture fisheries business or development in the world. This is another data from FAO in 2019. As you can see, the blue color meaning the status of the fisheries in that area still sustainable, while the yellow color, the status of the fisheries in that area is already unsustainable. So technically, we have to improve the status, unsustainable status into sustainable status of fisheries. This is to give you an example about how bad is marine pollution status in many areas of world sea. Yeah? This is the what they call the risk of oil spills in East Asian Sea, yeah, flowing from Malacca Strait up to the South China Sea, yeah, and majority of the oil coming from Middle Eastern country. So this is the example of Jakarta Bay pollution in our country. This is polluted bays, especially in Yellow Sea Large Marine Ecosystem or LME, and the Bohai Sea also in bad shape, with respect to the what they call pollution. This is pollution in Manila Bay. Actually, in 2019, I was invited by the government of the Philippines to evaluate the status of the pollution of Manila Bay and to come up with the recommendation how to to improve or to address the pollution in Manila Bay. So this is the pollution condition in coastal waters in China. Yangtze River also not good, yeah, because the hypoxia areas, meaning with very low what we call concentration of dissolved oxygen, is spreading out. This is the oil slick, yeah, in the South China Sea, and sadly, about 10 rivers contributing more than 90% of plastic debris or plastic waste into the ocean, from Niger, Nile River, Mekong River, Yangtze River to Amur River. And this is the plastic input from rivers in the area around the South China Sea, about 20,000 tons per year. And this is embarrassing for Indonesia. I don't believe it. That Indonesia actually is the second largest what we call discharger of plastic debris in the world ocean. Number one is China. But if I look at the what we call discharge of plastic waste per capita, Indonesia actually ranked number 75. So why plastic discharge into the ocean, Indonesia became number 2? Because Indonesia has the 4th largest population in the world after China, India, and the United States. So this is the condition of mangrove ecosystem in East Asian region. Nearly 70% of the regional mangrove bordering the South China Sea have been destroyed. The decline is from 6,000 square kilometer to about 2,000 square kilometer and so forth. So this is very alarming prediction. So unless managed, the current rate of loss will result into removal of all mangrove by 2030 in that area. This is very sobering prediction. Yeah? The condition of coral reefs also not as good what we call the mangrove condition. Yeah? This is the condition of coral reefs in ASEAN region. So if you ponder this flow chart, actually to manage or to what we call make recovery of pollution or coastal and ocean damage, we have to understand about the driver pressure impacts process response system. Yeah, so the end result of all what we call environmental problem is unsustainable ecosystem of coastal and ocean development. And we have to trace back what are the root causes, yeah, of unsustainable development of coastal and ocean management. According to this diagram, there are three root causes. Number one is lifestyle, which is very consumptive, hedonic, yeah, and very excessive. Number two is the growing population number, and number three is technological advancement. So these three root causes provide or what we call yield pressures or environmental pressures on our coast and ocean. So the mechanism from these pressures, yeah, waste, excessive utilization of natural resources, excessive uses of earth space, and global climate change will cause pollution, overexploitation, and so forth. So this is my last topic about the implementation. How do we implement strategy of blue economy and industry 4.0 technology for a productive, efficient, inclusive, and sustainable marine development. Number one, we have to remember that a sustainable blue economy has three dimensions. Number one is to restore, protect, and maintain the diversity, productivity, resilience, core function, intrinsic value of marine ecosystem. Yeah. Number two is we have to use the clean technology, renewable energy, circular material or circular economy flow to secure economic and social stability over time while keeping within the limits of one planet. The third dimension is to provide social and economic benefits for current and future generation by contributing to food security, poverty eradication, livelihood, income, employment, health, safety, equity, and political stability. So, according to Klaus Schwab, the founder of the term Industry 4.0, actually the fourth industrial revolution is characterized by development of new technology based particularly on digital and information technology like IoT or Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, metaverse, as well as biotechnology and nanotechnology. Unfortunately, more than 90% of the application of digital technology is in financial technology, e-commerce, and supply chain. But the application of Industry 4.0 technology in what we call production subsector, manufacturing sector, okay, is very limited, only 10%. So this is very dangerous or misleading, because what we human being need is the increase of production of natural resources, product, and goods. Yeah? Not only make supply chain easy. For example, Indonesia, we have Gojek application. That's only make to order taxi or motorcycle easier, cheaper, and faster. Okay, Halodoc or GoFood, that's digital application to make order of food from a restaurant cheaper, quicker, and faster, and comfortable. Yeah? But once again, yeah, the application of Industry 4.0 technology in manufacturing or processing industry, in exploration and exploitation of natural resources more efficient, more productive, and more sustainable, still very limited or still in advancing. So I'd like to suggest young generation or all of us to embark on to use Industry 4.0 technology to increase the productivity and production of natural resources, what we call finished product, and so forth. This is to give you an example about the what they call domain of Industry 4.0 technologies. Yeah? So I have 15 recommendation in order blue economy and digital technology or Industry 4.0 technology can be used to develop coastal and ocean resources on sustainable basis. Number one, we have to establish the spatial planning, yeah, of any given region. At least 30% of the total area of such region must be set aside as protected areas or zone. And the remaining area may be allocated as development zone that can be used for various development sectors, including capture fisheries, tourism, industrial estate, and housing. Number two is we have to make sure that the utilization rate of renewable resources, such as fish stocks, mangrove, and other living resources, should not exceed their renewable capacity. The third recommendation is that the exploitation of non-renewable resources, including oil and gas and other mineral resources, must be carried out on an environmentally friendly manner, and its economic rent should be used to improve the capacity and well-being of coastal communities, not leakage to other countries like US, Japan, or France, like in the case of oil exploitation in Indonesia. And the second use is to develop substitute material and also to develop sustainable economic activities. So once the extraction of non-renewable resources already finished, we are ready with sustainable economic activities like sustainable fisheries, sustainable aquaculture, sustainable processing industry, and so forth and so forth. This is just to remind you about the basic principle of managing sustainable capture fisheries with this what we call surplus production model, that to ensure the sustainable capture fisheries, we have to make sure that the rate of exploitation or fishing total fishing intensity should not exceed the MSY point, which is maximum sustainable yield. So, and as we know that the management of fisheries resources within what we call high seas or beyond 200-mile sea area has been managed by regional fisheries management organization. And in the world, we have 5 regional fisheries management organization from IOTC or Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, CCSBT, Commission for the Conservation of Southern Bluefin Tuna, IATTC, Inter-Atlantic Tropical Tuna Commission, and ICAT, or International Commission for the Conservation of Atlantic Tuna. And the species, what we call managed by these RFMOs, consists of 2 groups. First group is main species like tuna, okay, and then what we call black marlin, and so forth and so forth. While the other species still managed by RFMOs include shark and rays, sea turtle, seabird, sea mammals, and so forth. So I would like to share with you about the current policy of Marine and Fisheries Indonesia, initiated by new Minister Bapak Sakti Wahyu Tenggono. So basically, the foundation of the management of marine and fisheries sector in Indonesia is blue economy. Yeah, number one, we have to what they call maintain the balance between ecology and economic utilization. Number 2 is we have to what they call maintain the ocean health, yeah, in order to ensure the sustainability of coastal and marine resource utilization. And then the third what we call vision or mission is to improve the welfare of fishermen, fish farmers, and relevant stakeholders. And then the other mission is to increase foreign exchange earning. And then we would like also to increase the income from marine and fisheries sector through non-tax income. And then we would like to maintain the Indonesian position as the carbon reserve or carbon sink in the world. Number 7 is to use to make fish and seafood as the main source of animal protein for Indonesian people, and to make what we call fisheries development activities not only concentrated on Java Island or South Sulawesi, but will be spread it out into the whole Indonesian area on proportional and sustainable basis. This is 8 mission of Indonesian marine and fisheries policies under the leadership of Bapak Sakti Wahyu Tenggono. And based on that mission, the current ministers has 3 breakthrough programs or policy. Number 1 is manage or precision capture fisheries. So in the past, the management of capture fisheries in Indonesian Sea basically based on open access regime. Okay, so every fisherman, whenever, whatever, how big can catch the fish, and without any scientific basis to what we call to allocate the quota and so forth and so forth. The current policy is ensuring that everything must be calculated based on maximum sustainable yield of each area of Indonesian marine water. Number two is to boost the production, productivity, and sustainability of aquaculture for export. Number three is to boost productivity and production and sustainability of aquaculture commodities and product for especially what we call food security in our own country. Those are three basic or priority policies of Indonesian marine and fisheries sector. So this is my fourth recommendation, that in order for fisheries and marine business unit competitive, inclusive, and sustainable, then each business unit must, number one, fulfill economic of scale. Number two, apply integrated supply of value chain management system. Number three, use state-of-the-art technology, especially the industry 4.0 technologies. And last but not least, all business and investment activities in the area of marine and fisheries sector should be conducted in an environmentally and socially friendly manner. The fifth recommendation, that all development activities must be using zero waste and zero emission technologies. Sixth recommendation is to stop using non-renewable energy, and then we have to quickly what we call move to the use of renewable energy and clean energy, like solar, wind, water, geothermal, and ocean energy. So this is just to give you example. If we use what we call zero waste technology, and then the value of any fish or seafood right now only 280 euro per ton. If we utilize all the parts of the fish or seafood, the value will be about 6,000 euro per ton. Yeah, very what we call beneficial economically. This is the example of blue economy, the application of blue economy in smart shipping, to lessen the impact of on the environment, and then inclusive and improve the life of all, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, and then my what we call eighth recommendation is about pollution control by applying zero waste technology, wastewater treatment plant, and circular economy. Number 9, if we want to modify landscape within the coastal and marine areas, we have to design and construction activities in coastal and ocean should be in accordance with the structure, characteristic, and the dynamic of given unit of coastal and ocean zone. 10th recommendation is applying mitigation and adaptation measure, avoid to reduce the risk of global climate change, tsunami, storm, and other natural hazard. This is just to give you example. Host reuse is the government of Indonesia with respect to the area of marine conservation. So if in 2019 the marine protected area is only 23 million hectare, by 2030 we would like to increase the area of marine protected zone or areas become 32.5 million hectares. And my 11th recommendation, all of coastal and ocean economic or development activities must be able to fulfill the human basic needs, such as food, clothing, and transportation. The 12th recommendation is to increase the access of local communities to technology, infrastructure, and other productive economic assets. And the third recommendation, this is from demand side, we have to transform our lifestyle from consumptive, hedonic, and selfish into more simple, unexcessive, and caring and sharing lifestyle. We have to love to each other, to strengthen strengthening to each other. We have to help our friend, our neighbor, our other nation, in needy. And the 14th recommendation, we have to make capacity building for local communities and institutional training. And last but not least, we have to make political economic policies that are conducive for the implementation of blue economy and industry 4.0. I think that all what can I share. I hope it will be beneficial. And thank you so much for your patience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank
Good
you so
afternoon.
much.
Good morning.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Rahmi Dahuri. That was a very excellent presentations. You made some great points on our meeting today. And well, of course, we have learned a lot about the policy and blue economics that you have presented. And I would like to give a chance or the opportunity for the participants, distinguished participants, to ask the questions after the second presenter from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to invite the second speaker, Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka. He's the Chancellor of Shigakukan University, Japan. But before he starts the presentation, I would like to introduce him to all the participants here. Okay, thank you. Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka, 1990 to 1997, Associate Professor, Faculty of Fisheries, Kagoshima University. 1997 2016, Professor, Faculty of Fisheries, Kagoshima University, 2005-2008, and 2011-2016, Dean of Faculty of Fisheries, Kagoshima University, 2016 to present, Chancellor of Shigakukan University, Japan, 23 to present, CFDZ support committee members, committee members, Southeast Asian Fisheries Development Center. Sorry for my pronunciation. University, Faculty of Fisheries, Hokkaido University, Bachelor in Fish Science, 1977. Graduate Schools of Fisheries Science, Hokkaido University, Doctor in Fish Science, 1984. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the short profile of our honorable speaker today, Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka. Hello, Doctor, please do. You have
Okay,
15 minutes.
morning.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'm going to prepare my presentation.
Yes. Now, yeah, it's now.
Can you see that?
Yeah, very clear. Very clear.
Okay. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just come into my presentation for saving time. And my topic is about a small innovation for sustainable use of fisheries resources. Small innovation, this is the key word. And my talk is totally about capture fisheries. And I briefly overview the history of the fisheries and marine regimes after the World War II, and it comes into Rio Declaration and the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries. And then the second part is the presentations about my researches. And then I show two examples of the small innovation. One is about the bycatch and discus, and then the other one is ghost fishing. And so then come into first. Can you see the presentation? I mean, the PowerPoint? Yeah, and it is not very good. Okay, it is now hidden, but right after the World War II, we had Truman's declaration, and then the countries started expanding their powers to control waters. They say about countries, sovereignty and jurisdiction for 200 miles. And it was done by US, Chile, and Ecuador, and Peru, and many countries. And then we had, in 1957, we had first United Nations Conference on the Law of the Sea, and then it resulted in the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea, and then it was 1982, and then it came into effective in 1994. And in those days, actually, as I said, it is a sort of competition of expanding powers to wider area of the sea. And then we had many disputes in late 1980s. And then while we had these disputes, and then we had a Rio Declaration in 1992, and the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries in 1995. And then everyone knows the sustainable development. This concept started by a Rio Declaration on the environment and development in 1992. And then today's this conference is to consider about SDGs, and then those topics or the issues are conservation of environment and resource exploitation and poverty eradication, and all those things started from Rio Declaration. And then I am sure the Code of Conduct for Responsible Fisheries, I say CCRF, it was based on the Rio Declaration. I just compare the descriptions in two, the one is a Rio Declaration. This is about the precautionary approach. In order to protect the environment, the precautionary approach shall be widely applied by states, something like that. And then the RF, sorry, this is mistake. And the state should apply the precautionary approach widely to conservation, something. You can find even wording just the same, very similar between the Rio Declaration and the CCRF. Then I just talk about some principles included in the CCRF. And this is just a small booklet they published in 1995. And then it discusses about the poverty eradication, food security, intergenerational equity, or responsible manner in fishing, ecosystem-based approach or precautionary approach, something like that. And then based on this, we became discussing about wastes in fisheries. Waste means a portion of resource is removed from the environment, but they are not utilized for human being. We call that is waste or wastage. And then the unnecessary mortality or the death of the marine organisms, the typical wastage. And as I said, the typical wastage, and then one is a bycatch and discard issue. Another one that goes to fishing. And this is just the picture. I mean, the map of Papua New Guinea, next country to Indonesia. I worked for the University of Papua New Guinea when I was young for about 10 years. And those days I started the study on discards in prawn trawling in Gulf of Papua. I think in Irian Jaya, you have the prawn trawling as well. And prawn trawling is very, very popular, or known as they have very big problem of the large amount of the bycatch and discards. For example, this picture, the middle one, this is a selection of the fish and the prawns after the trawling. And then you can see all these white or the silver ones. These are fish, finfish. They are all discarded, okay? And this is just a picture of my students were studying about the assessment of bycatch and prawn trawling. And then I found the discard ratio to prawn is 9 to 14. It means when you harvest 1 ton of prawn, and then 9 to 14 tons of finfish are discarded. And then I also estimated the total of the estimation is about 11,000 tons or something like that of the finfish. These are discarded. So then this is equivalent to the total landing amount of coastal fisheries in Papua New Guinea those days. And then this is tremendous, they wasted. And then this was my first research during 1985. Those days, we didn't say sustainable development, but it was the start of my researches on sustainable development. And then the assessment is very important. And then the 94, the FAO estimated 27 million tons of global discards. But I calculated assessed about 1 million tons of Japanese fisheries discards. And then this is very the big difference. Japan's the discard is about 1 million, and then the world, or global, the discarded 27 millions. Who does it? Okay, and then we had a question, and then I proved this 27 million is overestimation. Anyway, this kind of assessment was done first, and then we started considering how to prevent this one or to improve the situation. And then this is one of the examples of a small innovation, which I say. And it is not a great the research, but for example, in Kagoshima, I mean this area, my area, the sublegal flounder, smaller than 25 centimeter, was forced to be discarded in cuttlefish trammelnet fisheries. It means this is the trammelnet those days. Do you know the trammelnet? Trammelnet is a sort of sandwich of one small mesh and then the 2 large mesh nets, and then they are bind. And then we call this is the trammelnet. And then the main target, not target, expected species was a cuttlefish, but this small flounder was also caught in this one. But because of prefectural regulations, fishermen could not land them, and then they were so-called returned to the sea. But practice a discard because they die. And then I started the observation of the positions of catch of these 2 species. And then about the cuttlefish, they are about evenly caught vertically. But in the case of flounder, only the lower portion of the net, they are caught. So then in order to avoid the catch of the flounder at this position, my idea was, okay, so then the bottom part, there should not be a net. Okay, so then it is a slit, and then the fish can easily go through this portion, I mean, this slit. And then it was successful, but 80% of the bycatch of flounder was reduced. And then the next topic is about the ghost fishing. And then we say derelict fishing gear. This is abandoned or the lost fishing gear. And then derelict fishing gear removed from human control remains capture function underwater. This is the definition of ghost fishing. And ghost fishing became recognized during 1990s or 2000s. And prevention of fishing gear loss is the fundamental solution. And these pictures are, this is very old, the lost the gillnet and the lobster is caught. And then this is retrieved, the fish cage by my students. And then you can see the live fish. And then this is also the very old, the gillnet. And then this is ghost fish to fish, finfish. And then now the new fish comes to eat. I think there is a high possibility for him to be entangled. Anyway, so then I said the assessment is very important to consider about solutions. And then the observation of the ghost fishing or the mortality in this kind of side entrance, the fish trap cage. And the fish were enclosed in the trap, and then they die. And then the temporal change of capture efficiency after gear loss was represented by a survival function. I think most researchers know this function. This is the A times 1 minus B and T's power. And then I can show the trend of decline of ghost fishing efficiency. And then once we get this kind of experimental equations, and then we can consider many factors based on this equation. And then we could consider how long the ghost fishing continues. And in the case of this sector, then it continues longer than 2 years. And then also the mortality or the number of mortality were also assessed or estimated for one lost fishing year. And then this is a second example of small innovation, really small innovation. And then the underwater observation revealed the surplus lower part of the buoy line is tangled around rocks in the slack water during low tide because of high density material ropes are used traditionally. This kind of material is used to avoid the entanglement of rope around the propeller of small boats. And then this part is entangled around the seabed. And then, so then I consider I put in the intermediate, the small float to suspend the lower part of the rope apart from the seabed. And this is the example of my research. This is intermediate float, and this is the depth gauge, and of course this is heavy. And then some adjuster floats are touched like that. And then this is the result. Okay, this pink one is just a tidal change of depth. And then this, the brown one, this is the depth of the rope without the intermediate float. Okay. And then blue one is with the intermediate float. And then let me see this part. Okay, this brown line comes around here. It means lower part of the rope is tangled around the seabed. And then in the case of this experiment, it returned to original, and then it comes again. This just a short time. And in the case of actual fishing operations, this kind of things are repeated, and then eventually they come to unretrievable. But this blue one, this is with intermediate float. You can see these peaks. It means when the low water and then lower part is really suspended almost perpendicularly, and then it could avoid the entanglement, and avoiding entanglement means avoiding fishing gear loss. So then it was quite successful. This just a small idea, but it was accepted by fishermen. So then I showed two examples of the small innovation. When we say innovation, usually people imagine very, very big the change in technology to change the society and the culture, but these are done by Einstein or Bill Gates, but including me myself, usual researchers, they cannot change the world or the society or the culture, but we can contribute to small change in technology and other things in various fields. So then this is the final the presentation. I mean, the page, and sustainable development is a principle for all the industries and the academic fields today. And here, the small innovation is the arena where many researchers can contribute to sustainable development. And it is possible for researchers in developing countries and small organizations and so forth. And lastly, not only research, is education for the next generation, shortening sustainable society through ESD, education for sustainable development, is also very, very important and crucial task for the higher education institutions. So that's about all of my presentation, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, President Matsuoka. That was a very great presentations also of your research. And I have read the conclusion and message that you are presenting today. Sustainable development, integrated studies, small innovation and education for the next generations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attentive listening. It is now time for question and answer session. And we already have the questions for both speakers in chat box, but I would like to invite the first questioner. I think it goes to Professor Rohmin Dahuri and also Dr. Matsuoka. Well, Professor Rohmin Dahuri dapat salam dari Pak Surono Danu, by the way.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm one of his daughter.
Hmm.
In Indonesia, I mean.
Right.
Okay. Let's see here from Bima Jati Santoso. Are you here? Are you going to convey your own questions, or I have to read for you? Pak Bima, Mas Bima, are you here? Operator, please. Operator? Operator? Okay. Pak Bimanya bisa ditampilkan nggak ya? Hello. Okay. So let me read the questions. Speaker 2 and speaker 1. So we start from speaker. Pak Bima, hello. So please do. That's better you to read the questions. Okay, because you are the one who asked the questions.
Thank you. My name is Bima from Modulation
Mhm.
Fishery.
Mhm.
I want to ask speaker two, what method have been used in Japan in implementing sustainable fisheries? For speaker one, can the method used in the Japan be adapted to Indonesia, especially non-rod Java which is very crowded and has the potential for overfishing?
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Bima, for your questions. Well, so I would like to give the opportunity for the second speaker first, Dr. Matsuoka, for answering the questions.
Yeah, I'm very sorry. I couldn't understand what is the question. You
The
asked.
question, so in a chat
Yeah,
box, let me repeat them. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Can you repeat what is the
Sure,
point
my
of
pleasure.
your
Yes,
question?
yes. Okay. What methods have been used in Japan in implementing sustainable fisheries? What methods have been used in Japan
Yeah,
for?
what kind of matter is
Yeah,
implemented?
right.
What
Yes.
what does it mean? What matter?
Perhaps in the, what is it, in preserving sea resources in Japan, what kind of method that what kind of policy perhaps the government, your Japan government in preserving the natural resources in the sea?
Yeah, because the matter it means the issues, and all these are, I think, included in the one law. We have fishery basic law, and then the those matters, for example, they described in the Rio Declaration of Code of Conduct, they, of course, are to be applied in fishery fields. And all these issues are included in one law. And then it is influencing 2 or 3 laws, but it is described in the fishery basic law in Japan. Yeah.
So
Is
you
it
have
answer to?
okay, that's a very simple answer actually. You have two or three basics law. I'm sorry, fishery basics law in preserve in policies in preserving the natural resources and in the sea. But so what is the content of the law? Can you mention one, please? One law.
Yeah, as I said, the most important one is the fisheries basic law. And of course, they describe preventing overfishing or overfishing effort and so forth. And then for example, for conservation of coastal resources and environment, we invite the fishers to participate for the decision-making process, and all these are included in one law.
Okay, thank you. My question is, does it work well in your country? I mean, the fishery basic law for especially for overfishing. Does it work well? The law in your country?
Yeah.
Okay. So you have research about that for
and yes,
implementation?
and then okay. Previously, I had students from Southeast Asia and then the Pacific, and then they said the fishermen or fishers are not obedient, and then they do not observe the regulation and laws and the policies and so on. But in Japan, the power is the seconded from the national government to prefectural government, and then it is also seconded from prefectural government to fishermen, the society. So then they have legal power to control their water, and then that is the system in Japan. And then I think many people, in many countries, there is no definition about participation of fishers in resource management and even policy making process. And then I think this is very, very unique case in Japan, I think.
Okay, thank you
And
for
this
the
is very important. Yeah. Participatory approach, we say.
That's very important when the law is issued. I think the implementations should be supervised, whether it works well or not in any countries in the world. That is why I ask you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Masuoka. Now, let's see the second questions that goes to Professor Rahminda Huri. I love your presentations very much. You are the expert of fishery and marine science. The second, what is the can the method used in Japan be adopted in Indonesia, especially in North Java Sea, which is very crowded and has potential for overfishing? Well, please.
Yeah, right. As we know of that actually the status of. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Very well, Professor.
Right. Yeah, actually, the status of fisheries, what we call in the north coast of Java, since 1986 already stated as overfish, especially for demersal stock and small pelagic, right? But that within the area of Java Sea from coastline to 12 nautical miles offshore, right? And so the question is then how to overcome that overfishing and at the same time improving the welfare or prosperity of the fishermen along the north coast of Java. Because talking about fisheries cannot be handled only from what we call biological science point of view, but also from socio-economic aspects. And indeed, the problem of the northern coast of Java fishery is double, overfishing, and at the same time, majority of the fishermen also what we call poor. So, from technical point of view, the policies must be to reduce, the fishing intensity, meaning to reduce the number of fishing vessels and fishermen operated along the north coast of Java. So by that, what we call policy, we can hope that the stock which used to be overfished will be recovered or bounce back. Okay. Then the next question: what kind of method? I totally agree with Dr. Matsuoka. In fact, community-based fisheries management in Japan has been one of the success story in the fisheries management all over the world. Wow. Meaning, what we call like semi-enclosed sea, like the bay or whatever, what we call the shape of the sea, should be given the quota to cooperative, to the local communities. And then let the local communities in Japan, determine about the quota, and fishing intensity, including the input, what we call measures, like the size of fishing gears, and so forth and so forth. And according to my reading, Professor Matsuoka from literature, and talk with my Japanese colleagues also. I was 3 months actually in 1993 as visiting professor in Tokyo University of Fisheries in Shinagawa, and that's what we call approach or methodology, Mas Bima, already been adopted actually in Indonesia through, like in Maluku, in the form of sashi approach, right? In Aceh, we have like community-based management called Panglima Laut. In what we call NTB or West Nusa Tenggara, we have community-based management approach, awik-awik, and so forth and so forth. But I agree with you, Dr. Prihatin, we have to monitor, evaluate, and enforce and supervise the implementation of any approach or methodology for sustainable fisheries management. So, and the next task of Indonesian government, if the technical policy is to reduce the number of fishing vessels and fishermen along the north coast Java, then we have to provide what we call alternative livelihood for those displaced fishermen. Don't let fishermen who are displaced by the policy unemployed. It will be dangerous for politics, and social life, because they will make riot and demonstration without job. Yeah. So once again, if we want to take the policy by applying the reduction of the number of fishing vessels and fishermen, before that we have to provide first the alternative livelihood. Otherwise, we'll be in dangerous situation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for the explanations, Professor Rahmin Dahuri. So when handling the poverty and overfishing, government in producing or in issuing the policy, government needs to give the fishermen the alternative livelihood, so they will not be unemployment. I do very agree with your statement, Professor, because it is related to political issues and cares. When people are hungry, then the country is in danger. Yeah, thank you. But thank you so much for the explanations, Professor Rahmin Dahuri. And we have the second questions from Dr. Sazlina. Dr. Sazlina is one of the speaker here. Dr. Sazlina, are you there?
Yes.
Thank you. Please do.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Rahmin Dahuri. Interesting talk. I just want to ask, you said that the aquaculture sector is underutilized, is not being used 100%. And with that, will Indonesia be moving towards sustainable aquaculture in the future to support the economy? And what are the strategies for that, to implement that, as this involves significant amount of the livelihood of the fishermen itself, as you said just now, that the livelihood of fishermen will be impacted. So that's my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you,
Dr. Sazlina. It's very what they call a good question. Yeah. In fact, if I would like to inform you that the priority policy from the government Indonesia towards aquaculture has been started since the establishment of the new ministry, which is Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, back in September 1999. Coincidentally, the first minister from 1999 to 2000 was Mr. Sarono Kusmatwaja, and then the second minister is myself, from 2001 to 2004. So I remember freshly that my first and top priority with respect to fisheries is to lessen or to reduce the fishing intensity from capture fisheries and move to boosting or increasing the development intensity in aquaculture, be it in marine ecosystem, we call it mariculture, or in coastal aquaculture or brackish water shrimp pond, fish pond. And the third habitat will be in freshwater ecosystem, like using cage net in lakes, reservoir, river, and even Indonesia is well known worldwide as the first nation which apply so-called minapadi, meaning the polyculture between rice and fish, in paddy field. So our strategy is number one, because we have learned from other countries. Yes, indeed, aquaculture in Indonesia has big potential, about 90 million metric tons per year, from the sea, from coastal land, and also freshwater. But our first strategy is to ensure, number one, is that each what we call business unit of aquaculture, be it on marine, coastal, and freshwater, must be located according to the spatial plan of that region, be it kabupaten or district, provincial level, and national level. Number two, we have already made what we call regulation or government act that development intensity of aquaculture in each region must not surpass or exceed the carrying capacity of that region. Because in the past, I remember the bonanza of shrimp farm from 1985 to 1995 at the time was using Pinus monodon or tiger prawn. Wow, fish farmer along the north coast of Java, South Sulawesi, Aceh become very rich because the profit is very high, but then they were excessive. So, for example, I remember the carrying capacity of the north coast of Java for a shrimp farm only 50,000 hectares. But in reality, from 1985 to 1985, the number of shrimp pond area along the north coast of Java 100,000 hectares, meaning exceeding the carrying capacity of the northern coast of Java 50,000 hectares, right? So that's why the pollution along the north coast of Java becomes spread out, and that's killing, okay, the shrimp in our farm. So that's the third policy, and then the fourth policy, we have promulgated the regulation for fish farmer or shrimp farmer to use an integrated supply chain management. So we don't want to do business in shrimp aquaculture, only concentrating on production subsystem. We have to be integrated into processing and marketing subsystem, as well as the subsystem of production input. Like we have to provide larvae, seed, okay, fry, and then feed, and other what we call aquaculture input, including pedal wheel and so forth and so on. Those are four policies, Dr. Sazlina, from Indonesian government to ensure that aquaculture development not only prospering the players or fish farmer, but also sustainable and profitable. Thank you.
Thank you so much,
you.
Dr. Sazlina. Does that answer the questions?
Yes, yes. Thank you
Okay,
so much
thank
for
you.
the clarity.
Yeah,
Yes, Yola.
yeah, yes,
Can I comment one?
yes, please,
Okay.
please. My pleasure.
This is about the comment from Professor Dahuri. Kindly, he said the coastal fisheries management system in Japan is one of the most successful cases.
Right.
Yes. And actually, when I was a professor of Kagoshima University, I had a project supported by JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, and then it was about a technical transfer of community-based fisheries management to Malaysia. Okay, and then after starting the project, some officers of Malaysian Fishery Department started saying, if this is applied to Malaysia, it is illegal. And because I don't remember the exact name, but sort of in fisheries law, and then it is legally defined, fisheries management and then the conservation of resources. This is the task of the Department of Fisheries. And also the power is the seconded to officers. And then there is no description about the participation of fishers. And then actually one student from the Palau, came to Kagoshima, and then he compared Japanese system and then the Palau system. And also his conclusion is if that kind of participatory approach is introduced to Palau, it is illegal. This is his conclusion. What I want to say is as Professor Dahuri said, for both capture fisheries and aquaculture, in order to change our ideas or the thoughts for sustainable development, and then including communities and fishers, and maybe we have to review our legal system first of all, I think. Yeah, this is my comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Matsuoka. Prof. Romin, the last questions. You have mentioned repeatedly the policy from the new minister. Now, I would like to ask you the questions in handling the poverty of the fishermen, and also, but because that's the goal of any policies about fisheries, is bringing them up into a better prosperity, right? And I would like to ask you the questions, which is, do you think that the policy is now much better than before? Or is there any significant progress in handling the poverty of the fishermen for the current government? Thank you.
Well, if I could be frank to the audience, actually the basic principles of fisheries management with respect to capture fisheries, because when I talk about fisheries in Indonesia, Dr. Matsuoka divides into two: capture fisheries and aquaculture, right? Yeah. From the beginning of the establishment of this ministry, very much the same, but the detail, what they call ramification or ingredients is, of course, what they call changes according to the, the present or dynamic situation, right? But the basic principle is the policy to alleviate the poverty of fishermen. Number one is how to increase the income of fishermen, because in 2021, the average income of Indonesian fishermen in Indonesia only 2.5 million rupiah per month. Okay, according to the World Bank, fisherman family, okay, considered what they call prosperous if the income is $300 per month per person. That means if the conversion rate $1 is 15,000, okay, meaning 4.5 million rupiah per month per fisherman. Why 300,000 $300? Because according to the World Bank, the poverty line is $2 per day per person, or $60 per person per month. Okay, in Indonesia, the size of fisherman family is 5: father or fisherman, mother, and 3 children, right? And the one who works only father or fisherman. So a fisherman, responsible for himself and his wife life and 3 children. So 5 times $60, meaning $300. Okay. So based on that poverty line, Prihatin, Dr. Prihatin, majority of Indonesian fishermen, according to Indonesian Statistics Agency, about 35% of Indonesian fishermen still poor. Yeah. So that the policy, the first group of policies is how to improve the income of fishermen from 2.5 million rupiah per month to become at least 4.5 million rupiah per month per fisherman. That has been done through the applying responsible fisheries. I mean, we have to select the fishing gears, Dr. Matsuoka, which is efficient and at the same time also environmental friendly. For example, like SetNet, developed by Professor Arimoto from Tokyo University. We have used SetNet in Sulawesi, in Lampung, in Papua, and in what they call some part of the northwest of Java. Okay. Number two, we supervise, give training for the fishermen to apply so-called the best handling practices. So once the fishermen get the fish from fishing gears, and then fishermen must ensure the proper handling, so that when the fish come to the fishing port or landing base, the quality of the fish is still high, so that fishermen will get higher price. And then in the fishing port, Indonesian government also ensure there is cold storage, ice what they call plant, and fish processing industries, so that how big fishermen landing the fish still can be marketed. So that's the first group of policies. The second group of policies to reduce, if possible, or lowering the what we call cost to do fishing. So that's why government provide or establish what we call gas station, pompa bensin, or pompa solar in fishing port, so that fishermen can get what we call gasoline or diesel with cheaper price, But then because we want to be sustainable and mitigating the global warming, from now on we have already started using energy for fishing boat from solar, like constructed by Institute Technology of Surabaya, ITS, those kind of things. So the second cluster of policies, Prihatin, is to do an effort or program which can reduce or at least control the cost to do fishing in the sea. So if the cost is lower than the income, and then fishermen will be prosperous. So the ramification of the detail of the policies, I can talk in one day, but because time limitation, if anyone of the participants would like to ask me, you can send me an email or come to Jakarta and Bogor. We can meet what we call offline. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the explanation. So the government of Indonesia has made a very great effort in alleviating the poverty of the fishermen in Indonesia. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ramin Dahuri and Dr. Matsuoka. I would like, if you're not busy, you may stay, but I know you've been very busy, both of you, and now it is okay. It is a great honor for us that you are being here. And if you want to have if you would like to leave the Zoom meeting, it's also no problem for us, because I believe you are both have different agendas after this. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you, and thank you again. You are
Thank you very
great.
much.
Thank you, Dr. Masoka. I'm invited to Hokkaido January next year. There will be
I'm from Hokkaido University.
I hope I can see you, because there will be
Okay.
Ocean Conference in Hokkaido in January. So I'll be keeping in touch with you.
Okay. Prof, bring us to Hokkaido too, because I plan to meet Dr. Matsuoka also for
Why not?
certain purposes.
Hokkaido is very prosperous, clean, and friendly society. Very nice. One of the best, what they call city or region to live on earth. I love it so much.
Wow.
I was there in 2016, Professor Masoka. 2 weeks for 2 weeks.
Okay, amazing, amazing. Dr. Matsuoka,
Anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. We will talk later in email, and I will text the Miss Tomoko for our visit. I mean, my visit to Japan in September. Thank you, Prof. Ramin Dahuri. See you. Thank you, Dr. Matsuoka. Bye. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, it is an honor for me to invite our next honorable speaker. Will be let me check the rundown, because I don't remember well. Okay, hold a second. Our third speaker will be. Are you going to turn on the video profile? Hello, operator. Okay, so go to the third speaker directly. Okay, I would like to invite our honorable speaker, Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi from Borneo Marine Research Institute, University, Malaysia, Sabah, Aquaculture. But before that, I would like to, read a short profile or short biography of Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi. Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi is currently the Dean of the Center for Postgraduate Studies, University Malaysia Sabah. Prior to this, he had served as the Director of Borneo Marine Research Institute, UMS, from 2015 to 2019. She holds a PhD in aquaculture from University Malaysia Sabah, Master of Applied Science in Aquaculture from University of Tasmania, Australia, and Bachelor of Science in Fishery Science aquaculture from University Putra Malaysia. She is also a visiting professor at Kindai University, Japan. Professor Rosita has published significant books and journal articles on subjects related to sustainable aquaculture. Her research focuses include nutrition of aquatic organisms, feed development and technology, seaweed farming, and seahorse conservation and culture. In 2021, Professor Dr. Rosita was listed as a recipient of 100 Wanita Sumber Inspirasi Award in Sabah, Malaysia. Wow, congratulations, Professor Rosita. That was a very great achievement. Professor Rosita, please do your time is 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yoga. I'm not sure if you can see my slide. I have shared.
I saw once. Operator. Yeah, we can see now. We can see now, Professor Rosita, please.
All right, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to everyone. Before I start, I just would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizer of Infisma 2022 and of course Universitas Pancasakti Tegal for this opportunity to be part of this important conference. I enjoyed myself listening to the two previous keynote speakers, very comprehensive and interesting sharing by Professor Rohmin and also Professor Tatsuro. Okay, I will be sharing a topic entitled Smart Aquaculture Practice, a Sustainable Way to Seafood Security. Oh, by the way, this paper is co-authored with my colleague, Professor Salim Mustafa. Okay, just want to share very briefly on the status of aquaculture industry. Fish demand is projected to increase in the range of 112.1 to 114.1 million tons by 2030, requiring an additional 30 to 32 million tons of fish. So this is a great challenge that requires a real transformation. We all know that landings from the capture fisheries are unlikely to increase due to depletion of resources and also impairment of ocean ecosystem. So aquaculture is our only alternative to increase the fish production so that we can meet the demand and ensure adequate supplies. But the big question is how to produce more fish from the same unit of land or even water. Okay, IR 4.0 and aquaculture industry. If we look back in the 18th century, we so-called started with IR 1.0, whereby we use mechanization technology where steam power or weaving loom were utilized before we progressed to the more advanced technology which allow them to mass produce, and people started discovered electrical energy, and assembly line was utilized at that time. And in the 70s, during the 20th century, then only automation, computers, electronics, and even robotics were introduced at this time. And now Industry 4.0 witnessed the cyber physical system, IoT networks are being utilized. So how are these relevant to our aquaculture industry? IR 4.0 offers actually a range of technologies that can be adapted for aquaculture system. It is appropriate to apply the term aquaculture 4.0 to aquatic farming driven by these disruptive technologies. So there are several interesting work appeared in this area. Okay, in a modern aquaculture system, we are very much trying to improve the accuracy, precision, like in precision agriculture, and repeatability in the farming processes. This will allow us to facilitate a greater degree of automation or inbuilt controls in our farming system.
参加者が減りましたね。
Providing a dependable decision support system characterized by a computerized program for collecting and analyzing data and synthesizing information that can be used to solve the problem by computer algorithms or human intervention or both. And of course, we as much as possible want to reduce our dependency on manual labor and subjective assessment. Okay, technology intensification. I'm sure everyone have came across new terms such as precision aquaculture, smart or intelligent aquaculture, digital farming, which is, associated with technology intensification in aquaculture. The emergence of the IoT, big data, I think Professor Dahuri will also mention about this just now. 5G networks, cloud computing, robot technologies makes intelligent aquaculture possible. Precision aquaculture refers to use of digital techniques in monitoring and optimization of culture system, which implies regulating the supply of inputs in amount exactly what is needed, to prevent waste, reduce cost, and minimize environmental impact. So smart farming anticipates application of information in data technologies in effective ways for better results. Okay, let's have a look at sensor technology. Sensor technology is basically a technology that uses sensor to acquire information by detecting the physical, chemical, or even biological property quantities and convert them into readable signal. I will share with you how this technology is used in the aquaculture farms. Okay, IoT technology. The Internet of Things is a system of interrelated computing devices, mechanical and digital machines, or even objects, animals, or people that are provided with unique identifiers and the ability to transfer data over a network without requiring human to human or even human to computer interaction. A thing in these IoT things, can be a person with a heart monitor implant, for example, or a farm animal with a biochip transponder, an automobile that has built-in sensors to alert the driver when tire pressure is low, for example, or other natural or man-made object that can be assigned IP address and able to transfer data over a network. Okay, this is also another interesting technology, what they call artificial neural network, or ANN. This is actually computational model inspired by neural network of our brain. Yeah, it mimics the pathway of brain function where the sense organs perceive stimuli that are transmitted through sensory nerves to the brain that decides how to respond to the stimuli and sense the information through motor nerves to the effector organs to act accordingly. This provides the foundation of artificial intelligence where flow of information happens through algorithmic pathways. Okay, next is big data and cloud platform. We have, come across these terms regularly these days, yeah. Accurate monitoring, detection, optimal control of aquaculture are extremely difficult with its special object, complex environment, and many influencing factors. So the fundamental way to solve this problem is to combine big data technology with cloud platform, process and analyze a large amount of data produced by aquaculture practices and present useful results to producer and decision makers. So through acquisition, classification, and then processing, management, mining, and analysis of aquaculture data, valuable information can be extracted and provided to the producers or decision makers so as to achieve accurate, intelligent, and optimal responses. So big data and cloud platform are mainly used in data collection, storage data, mining. Okay, smart aquaculture involves the following aspects. Yeah, collecting information through various temperature and humidity sensors, for example, CO2 sensor, light sensor, dissolved oxygen sensor, and many other sensor, yeah. And then transmitting the collected data to control center through communication nodes. This information may include the growth of fish, environmental parameters, operation, and resource allocation. So data processing and decision-making performed in the cloud platform. Feedback of decision to each execution equipment and intelligent and automatic carrying out of operation to realize sustainable, what they call high efficiency, high quality, ecology, health, and intelligent aquaculture. Okay, let's have a look how this technology can be utilized in aquaculture operation. Let's have a look at the smart feeding system. In order to accurately control and judge the reasonable feeding time and improve the efficiency of feeding, machine vision technology was used to obtain the feeding parameters of the ingested fish to realize the accurate feeding of fish in the farm. So, for example, sonar imaging, whereby using what you call sound detection, ranging, has been successfully applied for marine fish monitoring. Yeah, the swimming position of the fish can reflect the hungry degree of the fish. So the underwater acoustic sensor is used to monitor the 3D movement trajectory of the fish and decide whether to stop feeding or not according to detected fish position density. Okay, this is an idea from a latest paper by Kong Chong Wang et al. 2021, whereby they are proposing a smart feeding system based on multi-source data fusion. So decisions-making system for feeding fishes in intelligent fish farm should comprehensively consider the relationship between the physiological and behavioral characteristic of fish, water quality, the feed formula, the operation of the farm, and of course, the growth rate of the target species. So it is more accurate method to establish fish feeding decision-making system based on dynamic balance model. It is recommended that the system adopts the multi-source data fusion method to establish the mapping relationship between feed intake and the quantity of feed to be offered. So combined with high efficiency intelligent control algorithms, the system can realize adaptive feedback control for real-time decision-making of the feeder or the feeding system. If you look at this figure, these fish growth model were generated maybe through research, feeding trial for long-term, for example, of certain species. When they got the growth model, and then you will have your weather station here to supply with meteorological data. You have your camera to record your feeding behavior, and then they will have this one in the cage, for example, water quality sensor, underwater camera, sonar sensor, which will become the input data, so that this multi-source data fusion happen here, which will generate the model, for feeding that is suit this target species. And they will consider what is the best feed formula, how much feed to be given, and then when to on and off the feeder machine. So this will also involve what they call intelligent control algorithm, so that at the end of the day, this process will be able to tell the feeder, how much is the amount of feed to be released from this feeder bin. Yeah, the detection and counting of uneaten food pellets are also very much possible using the integrated parameters, what they call multi-source data fusion. So very interesting technology that can be used in feeding a system. Okay, underwater monitoring also utilizes several smart technology. For example, the petrol equipment in the intelligent fish farm includes unmanned petrol system and robot fish. The petrol equipment can realize the daily underwater management, video information collection, behavior monitoring of breeding objects, and ecological environment monitoring of aquaculture, particularly in open pen sea cage aquaculture, offshore aquaculture normally. 5G will be used for high throughput HD video transmission and monitoring that can well solve the problem of high cost and difficulty of optical cable laying. Okay, smart technology is also used in monitoring our fish biomass. For example, this study here, biomass statistic is crucial to support the farmers' decisions such as food dosage, drug consumption, and fish loss. It is usually used to collect subsample from the culture pond, weigh them, and finally calculate the biomass of the whole pond or even cages or tank. This method has great error and is also a labor-intensive work, which will bring great stress response and high mortality to fish. With the rapid development of sensor and intelligent computing technology, machine vision has emerged many results in the field of online non-destructive biomass estimation of aquaculture. For example, in this system here, they use image processing algorithm to determine and identify the size of different species. This, what they call it, catch meter system, includes, they have the conveyor, the light box, and feeder. So there is Omron PLC link to the main computer and software via an Ethernet link is a control mechanical system. Then the collected images are sent to computer and are analyzed by software program. So this hardware and programming technique, the author design and develop fish sorting equipment to determine the fish length as well as classify the fish species in real-time condition. So based on this paper, the result shows image processing algorithms for a flatfish. Measuring the fish length can be undertaken with 100% accuracy with a standard deviation of 1.2 mm and determine the fish species up to 99.8 accuracy rate. So it is estimated that every 1 hectare, a single conveyor system can measure up to 30,000 fish. So very interesting, yet very accurate, and also save a lot of time in monitoring your fish biomass. Okay, not only in that area, smart technology is also used in health and disease management. We know that our traditional diagnostic methods for fish disease mainly depend on eye observation, by our technician. They normally determine the type and severity of the disease according to their experience combined with comprehensive analysis of epidemiological characteristic and ecological environment. So this method for identifying diseases is highly subjective and slow, of course. The fast processing method of sick fish images based on machine vision is to use computers instead of human eyes to automatically and intelligently handle and recognize sick fish images. Yeah, there are several publications you can refer on these ideas. Okay, after a healthy fish gets sick, it is normally accompanied by changes in the color, for example, texture of the body surface. So the surface color of, for example, here, a healthy cup usually appears black and bright on the back, and the part near the belly is white with clear texture, while the surface color of the sick fish generally shows red bloodshot, swelling or plaque, and the surface texture of the fish change significantly in the early stage of the disease. Since different fish suffer from the same disease with different symptoms, the first step is in studying fish diseases is to identify the type of fish by analyzing the sub-images of the sick fish body and extracting its features, including the color feature and texture feature, based on the statistical and wavelength method. So machine learning is very popular in identifying the fish disease. Okay, how about in smart harvesting system? The system is an intelligent fish farm, uses sonar, underwater camera, and net positioning instrument to achieve precision fishing. So the participation of unmanned vehicles and unmanned ships in the transportation of aquatic product will greatly improve the efficiency on fishery production. So this will help to achieve the goals of high efficiency and energy saving while reducing the labor intensity of fishermen. Sea cucumber, for example, can be caught using robot, using Doppler GPS integrated navigation, computer vision, and also mechanical servo drive technology to so-called pick the sea cucumber on the sea floor. So the navigation system of sea cucumber catching robot is responsible for collecting the position information of underwater robot, planning the navigation route, and controlling the movement of the robot. Okay, how about in fish behavior? Okay, deep learning is the most advanced machine learning method at present. It comes from the research of artificial neural network, the ANN architecture, which has a large number of hidden layers and millions of parameters. It combines low-level feature to form more abstract high-level representation attribute categories so as to find the distributed feature representation of data. Deep learning has achieved remarkable results in many fields such as image understanding, video and audio analysis. Intelligent Fish Farm tries to combine what they call machine vision, the 3D observation structure, sonar detection, and deep learning technology to realize behavior analysis of cultured animals in real time. Yeah, you can refer in this paper the idea of using this so-called smart technology in understanding fish behavior that can be used in monitoring our fish stock. Okay. Equipment digitization, precision technology, and edge computing, and water quality control. Intelligent aquaculture needs precise equipment control to achieve automatic operation of the aquaculture system. For example, in our aeration equipment, in a traditional model, the farmer must manually turn on or off the switch to control the oxygen content in water. In this modern sensor era, farmers can remotely use computer terminals or even mobile phones to send commands to control the equipment so that the actuators such as the pump and aerator will be turned on or off automatically. So in the latest development, the intelligent aquaculture system can directly send the oxygen measurement to the system through the sensor, and system can understand the dissolved oxygen in the water in real time. So based on the collected data and parameter threshold, this centralized controller can automatically turn on or off water pump, electronic valve, or water treatment equipment. Another technology that can be used in water quality monitoring is ANN. The software code captures the value via a hardware interface, and after the values have been captured, the hidden or logical layer then performs the logical calculations using various if-else condition to check whether the values are within the optimum range or not. If the values are out of the range, then the application displays remedial solution and also at the same time triggers an action via an AI-based device which performs the actual remedial solution. As an example, a software prototype developed for Asian sea bass in this case is our UMS hatchery stores that range of critical water quality parameters about salinity 10 to 30, PPT dissolved oxygen 4 to 9 ppm, pH 7.5 to 8.5, and temperature 26 to 32 degrees Celsius. So the so-called brain of the system store codes for the 4 parameters that can check if the captured values are within or outside the range. And then the program can be connected to an alarm system to notify the hatchery staff if the values are outside the range. So color coding can also be selected for each parameter and also for values which are above or below the critical range to inform the hatchery staff the exact nature of the problem involving the water quality parameters. So this is the the input, the hidden layers, the output, the basic behind ANN that can be applied in monitoring aquaculture water quality in our system. I'm not sure if you came across these apps. Yeah, it is available in your App Store, can be downloaded. I think it's free of charge, yeah, whereby these apps you just can use your handphone to, basically this one is for turbidity estimation. This is one of the example of smart technology used in water quality monitoring. Okay, just want to give you an example of a real smart system. I'm not sure if you came across news, sometime like 2 years ago, in Singapore, a smart floating, they use barge, fish farm has launched with high-tech solution that can be scaled up in the region. I'm not very sure what is the latest status by now, but this is very interesting. Underwater cameras monitor barramundi. They are culturing Asian sea bass actually, and red snapper swimming in large tanks that can hold 1.8 million liters of water each. The cameras are part of a digital system that monitors how well the fish are feeding, their growth, health, and mortality rate. It also uses artificial intelligence to make increasingly precise analysis and prediction of the fish. The farm uses a recirculating aquaculture system that allows the water condition to be controlled and unaffected by the surrounding seas. Water in the closed containment system is recirculated and requires only a 5 to 10% top up each day to make up for losses through evaporation. Still the same subject. The water used for top up is taken from the surrounding sea and is filtered and sterilized to get rid of pathogens. Solar panels, batteries on the farm provide the bulk of its energy needs, while the remainder is supplied by diesel. The farm, measuring 100 by 27 meters, expected to yield 250 tons of fish a year. Recirculating system enable fish to be reared in consistent condition, which reduce the chances of them contracting illness. So with all the system in place, the farm will require half the amount of manpower previously needed, but then the farm costs, so-called still reasonable, just over 3 million Singapore dollar to set up. Yeah, this is an example of smart aquaculture operation. Just want to share with you, we have ongoing research project on smart aquaculture, whereby we use our grouper using IR 4.0 technologies for optimizing culture system and improving production efficiency. This is an internal budget by the university, 1.3 million. The duration is 4 years. We have divided the project into 5 topics. Number 1 is water quality remediation and RAS and real-time monitoring of effluents. Number 2 is, this is my my own project, automation system in the delivery of live and formulated feeds. Number 3 is classification of fish behavior for developing monitoring system with machine learning. 4 on growth and production, predictive analytics for extrapolation. And finally, hatchery operation using IoT for developing a decision support system. Okay, just to share with you some of the challenges in implementing smart technology in aquaculture. The main factors constraining technology intensification includes reluctance to change, especially in the case of small enterprises. Fair enough, because the initial cost is quite high. Shortage of skilled human resources. We require trained personnel, especially from the background of computing and informatics. Even in our project, we are not working alone because our background is on more to aquaculture. We are the biologists, we don't have what do you call? We are not trained computing or informatics kind of expertise. So we are working with that kind of people. So the cost of machine learning and computer vision is high, only recommended in large scale farm with species of high economic value. Due to the nature of aquaculture business, the lack of human touch is high risk, especially in terms of observation, which is very true. If you are depends on, for example, robot to monitor our sick fish, for example, information analysis and decision making during the fish farming process. So as the conclusion, smart aquaculture has expanded greatly in an efficient, automated, and accurate way in recent years. The application of smart technology in aquaculture have been contributing to the development of sustainable aquaculture industry and food security. The advantage of using algorithms or images is more accurate and faster than manual methods, and smart technology hopefully will be more accessible in all aquaculture system in the future. Just sharing some of our publications related to smart farming or aquaculture, intelligent aquaculture. With that, I thank everyone for your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Rosita Sapawi. I underlined a few points here about smart harvesting system, machine learning, fish feeding system, fish behavior monitoring and analysis, equipment digitalizations, and fish farming, water quality monitoring, and smart floating fish, the last one. And that's very something new for me because I'm not from the aquaculture department, but I learned a lot from you. Of course, I have a big question in my mind, but not now. That will be, thank you so much for great presentations about technological used in the aquaculture industry. Thank you so much, Professor Rosita. And the question and answer will be after the last presenter, Dr. Sazlina. After this, then I allow the participants to ask 1 or 2 questions for both of you. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the honorable speaker, the 4th speaker, Dr. Sazlina. Are you there, Doctor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But before Dr. Sazlina present her talks, I would like to introduce Professor Rosita. Could you please stop the share screen? Thank you. But before, yeah, okay, the operator knows well what to do next. Great. Okay, thank you, operator. Well, here is a short biography about Sazlina Saleh, PhD. Okay, I mentioned doctor, so she's actually she got a PhD degree. Okay, but similar to doctoral. She is a senior lecturer at the Center for Policy Research and International Studies. Over 16 years, wow, working at University Science Malaysia. She has conducted various research focusing on marine ecology, marine policy, biodiversity, and conservation. Her day-to-day workload in the research field involves understanding the impact of climate change on marine photosynthetic organisms, mainly microalgae, coralline seagrasses. She owns a solid teaching portfolio and research background in marine ecology, biodiversity, and primary productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the short biography about Dr. Sazlina Saleh, Miss Sazlina Saleh, PhD. Miss Sazlina Saleh, are you there? Okay. You have 15 minutes to present. Thank you.
Yes, I'll be sharing my screen now.
Sure.
Is it?
Yes,
Are you able?
I can see that now.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. It's afternoon here. So good morning to those in Indonesia. Selamat pagi and Assalamualaikum to all. Today I'll be talking on the survival of photosynthetic organism inhabiting the turbid waters of the northern Straits of Malacca. So this is a paper that I've co-written with colleagues and students from University Science Malaysia. Right. So the key point today will be the environmental condition in the northern Straits of Malacca, the pollution and the turbidity of the straits, and how the photosynthetic adaptation of organism able to survive in the highly turbid waters in the Straits of Malacca, and warming and potential adaptation of this organism. What will happen to them when the temperature increases, and in addition to the current pollution that is happening in the Straits of Malacca. Okay, so here we use the fluorescence measurements to look at the photosynthetic activity of the animals in the intertidal area. So we understand the photo damage and how the photoprotection happens in an organism. Photosynthetic activity, may I just elaborate a bit more, can be further examined using the rapid light curves obtained from the pulse amplitude fluorescence. It's an equipment that measures, it simplifies the method of measurement of the photosynthetic activity. It provides an assessment of photosynthetic activity by integrating the organism ability to tolerate light fluctuation, and mainly to look at the adaptation in its current condition, right? So this is important for us to understand the main factor impacting the organism in the Straits of Malacca. As you know, the Straits of Malacca is highly impacted by turbidity and also by the ongoing pollution. So here as a general view, we did an assessment on the seagrass, highly exposed to extreme light during low tide and high light during high tide. Low light during high tide, and increase of light intensity during low tide. Phytoplankton, it's constantly being limited light in the surface water, and symbiodinium of coral are constantly exposed to limited light due to the turbidity, and finally the microphytobenthos. So these are the photosynthetic organism that our team have been studying to look at how they survive in the extreme condition. All right. So in a nutshell, the value of to say the animal is, or to say the plants, the plants are photosynthetically healthy and are able to survive the current condition. The parameter of the effective or maximum quantum yield is being used. This is a general indicator of the photosynthetic health of an organism. So the FV over FM, or the maximum quantum yield value, reflect the potential quantum efficiency of the photosystem and are used as a sensitive indicator of plant, algae, or with the optical values around 0.83. This is the value of a healthy organism. Beyond or below that, we could say it is impacted by stress. Right. So the value indicates here varies between organism due to the morphotype, morphology, physiology, and the environment they live in. Right. It might be healthy in the in other region, but because of the physiology and adaptation, it may not be healthy. So it is a very vague parameter that we use, but it can tell us the current state of the organism. Okay, so for the unstressed organism, the value are highly consistent with 0.83. It is commonly used. All right. So here I would like to show you on the general understanding of a microalgae in response to light and temperature in the turbid water. So when we look at the phytoplankton in the northern Straits of Malacca, the main factor that influences the photosynthesis is the in situ light. The how much light they are getting for photosynthesis, salinity and nutrient availability, temperature, and time of the data collection, and also species. So these 6 factors we have identified as an important factor influencing the response of microalgae. So here, when you look at the exposure of microalgae towards temperature, the surface microalgae has a potential in surviving high temperature, but beyond 45 degrees, of course, it will impact. All right. So when we expose them to the light intensity again, they survive better in a lower light climate due to the environment that they have been living in. Okay, so here I just want to show an understanding on how the photosynthetic organism, especially the microalgae, can survive in the turbid waters of northern Straits of Malacca. Right. For now, I'm using a study that we have done to look at the responses of hard coral towards elevated temperature. So Pulau Pinang, as you know, Penang is situated in the northern Straits of Malacca, and it is a highly developed area. So when we say Pulau Pinang, it is Penang. You couldn't imagine there's coral in Penang Island, but actually there is coral, urban coral in the Penang Island, Pulau Pinang. So this coral are constantly under threat due to the development. So when we say coral in Penang, it doesn't give us an idea there's a coral in Penang because it's a developed state. Okay, so what are the influence of the Straits of Malacca towards the coral in Pulau Pinang? They are constantly influenced by the inflow of fresh water from the rivers on the western coast of Peninsular Malaysia and the eastern coast of Sumatra, hence causing drastic fluctuation of the environmental characteristic. Okay, so the climate is generally characterized into two monsoon seasons. Southwest monsoon, which is from May to September, which is normally dry, and northeast monsoon from November to March, with it associated with the heavy rain. So this influence of temperature and also turbidity have significantly impact the coral survival in the northern Straits of Malacca. So in particular case here, I'm talking about the corals in Pulau Pinang. All right. So this is the study site that we have been investigated. As you know, this is the Peninsula Malaysia, and the study site will be Pulau Songsong and Pulau Kendi and Pulau Paya. Pulau Paya is the marine park in the northern side, and both Pulau Songsong and Pulau Kendi are not marine parks. So here is where the only corals in the island of Penang is located. Very limited numbers of coral, but it is understudied. So we do not have regular monitoring, or we do not have data pertaining the number of species and what they are. So this area of Pulau Kendi are among the highly active area for fisheries. So we have a lot of FAD in this area to help fishermen that rely on the small scale fishery, especially to fish around that area. Similarly in Pulau Songsong. So it is highly dominated by the small scale fisheries, right? So this is Pulau Kendi, this is Pulau Pinang in the area map of Google. So if you look at this area here, it is highly turbid. You can see the sedimentation in that area. So unfortunately, although there are coral presence in that area, it has been proposed by the Penang state government to construct 3 islands in this area. So proposed development around Pulau Pinang. So building of 3 islands for industrial purposes. So we're going to have extra 3 islands for industrial development. It is a more than 10 years reclamation project. It will be ongoing till about 10 years for each island. So at least 30 years of development in that area. It will impact the water clarity and the reef in that area. The basis of the development, although there's coral, it is stated that the coral are unhealthy. So that is the basis of why it is still developed, although there are coral in that areas. So our aim is to look at the health of the coral and to report whether it is suitable to be developed that area. However, sadly, the proposal to develop the area has been approved. So now we are collecting and recording all data pertaining the coral in the area, because it is a highly high fisheries area with aquaculture and also with the marine culture in that area. So both islands of Pulau Kendi and Pulau Songsong non-human inhabited. So if you look at the clarity of the water, it is not like any reef island. So the visibility of both water in Pulau Kendi and Pulau Songsong is very bad. The location, due to the location to the mainland. Right. Here is the rough environmental condition on both islands. So water clarity in Pulau Kendi, which is very near to Pulau Pinang, is only 0.5 meter. So less than half a meter. High total suspended values of almost 100. Salinity is quite high, 31, and the PAR, underwater PAR, is on a normal day, it'll be about 20 to 150 depending on the depth. while in Pulau Songsong, is better water condition with water clarity up to 4 meters, and we have a very slightly 50% lower total suspended solid and lower salinity. On a good day, the light penetration goes up to 1,200 micromole. So it is the water clarity is seasonal in Pulau Songsong, but in Pulau Kendi it's constantly terbit. Okay. So what we did was we went survey to look at what species there is and collects the species diversity. This image here is in Pulau Songsong. We were able to dive in Pulau Kendi to lay the transect because it was very, very turbid and dangerous. So, and then we did the in situ measurements to look at the health of the corals, and we identify what corals are there, and then we look at the impact of extreme temperatures to the coral itself. Okay, so these are the things that we did to record the data and to inform the policymaker on the corals that we have. Right. So this is the species that we have recorded in Pulau Kendi and Pulau Songsong. From our findings, the coral in both species are mainly dominated by corals able to survive in the turbid waters. So they are among the common coral species. We do not have any coral that is unique to that area. So the highly distributed in other areas, cosmopolitan species, I would say. And each area has a very specific coral. Some species were not found in Pulau Kendi where water conditions are bad. For example, Pavona danai, we only find it in Pulau Songsong. And most of these species are massive and massive type of coral which are able to survive the harsh condition. So what we did was we look at the photosynthetic health. So we were surprised to say that although the very bad condition in Pulau Kendi, the water condition did not impact the ability of the corals to photosynthesize. For example, here, if you look at the values of both islands, the value were similar. They were almost similar to the 0.83, which is the what we say the healthy species, right? So the values indicates photosynthetic health was similar at both sides. Species from both locations are able to utilize what is there of the light to photosynthesize. For example, here it is clearly shown that those in the turbid water utilize whatever light they have to photosynthesize. So they have a very high value of alpha, which indicates the capability to utilize the light for photosynthesis. So I would say conclude that in general, the corals are healthy. Although they look very unhealthy, they do not look appealing like other coral reefs. So these species are healthy and are providing the diversity in that particular area. All right. So the high light intensity in this Songsong Island were highly variable, So, but they are able to utilize the light for photosynthesis and they are healthy. So, what does this bring us? Are they productive? Yes, they are productive species. So they can are able to photosynthetically, the activity are very high, comparable to other species in the clear water. they are very healthy except for Poraitis lutea. So this we would say that although they are inhabiting bad water conditions, but they are healthy. But however, the water condition has impacted the chlorophyll and the symbiont diversity density of each coral. So sadly, the sedimentation has impacted the amount of symbiont density of the corals in that area. All right. So as a conclusion, we would say the coral community are exposed to sediment stress due to activity associated with the decades of coastal development such as reclamation and dredging. This is what is happening now, and the future activities that will happen with the Three Islands development will provide more stress to the coral. The ability of coral to persist under stressful condition and its tendency to undergo bleaching are dictated by several factors, including the type, duration, and magnitude of stress of the physiological characteristic. So why is it important for us to look at the urban coral? They are healthy, but do they provide any economical value to us? The answer, they do not provide in terms of tourism. It's not it is not viable to snorkel or to dive in that area because of the turbidity, although the corals are healthy. But studies has shown that the corals in the turbid water will help, will become the refugia. They will be the surviving corals in the future because the turbidity seen to help mitigate the impact of climate change. So research after research has shown that turbidity can shade the corals from interaction of high temperature and irradiance. So the species from the turbid water reef will help remain our biodiversity in the coral. By 2021, turbidity was predicted to shed about 9% of the coral habitat from interaction effect of high temperature and high irradiance. So reducing the irradiance during temperatures stress events relieve symbiont photosystem and preventing from bleaching. So it is shown that the chances to survive in climate change are higher in those coral in the turbid environment, right? So so we need to answer the question. We know they are healthy, but we wanted to answer the question: can turbidity help mitigate or excavate climate change? So motivated by this, we have investigated the impact of temperature increase, predicted temperature increase from 30 degrees to 37 degrees of the photosynthetic capacity of 4 corals, which is Tubinaria, from the genus Tubinaria, Gynostera, Gynopora, and also Poraitis lutea. So these are the 4 common species in the turbid water region. So what we did was we exposed the species to 2 and 24 hours short incubation, 2 hours, and a long-term incubation for 24 hours. Very low light in imitating the in situ light condition with 4 increment of temperature. So whether they can tolerate the future warming as what it is hype about, as what it is predicted. So here we tested the 4 species. For 2 hours, the survival of both coral from both location was similar. It is more species specific. Okay, meaning that the response are not general. It is more species specific. The two sets of temperature experiment displayed variability in the maximum quantum yield output. So the impact were more significant on the longer exposure. Sudden shock will not impact the coral, only for certain species. For example, G. cellulosa can only stand up to 31 degrees, while the others can withstand temperature up to 33 degrees. But when we expose them to a longer 24 hours, which is what will happen in the future, the maximum temperature that they are able to survive is only 33 degrees. So with that, and their responses, we could say that they are able to tolerate with the help of lowered light intensity, which is the having refugia from the turbidity. As you can see here, the impact is more significant to the corals in Pulau Songsong, which is exposed to higher light level. So this in turn supporting the hypothesis that coral are able to survive in the impact of climate change when exposed to when they are living in a moderate light environment. Okay, so similarly, if you look at the ability to photosynthesize and to produce, to utilize whatever light that is given to the corals. So again, the responses are very species specific. If you see the arrow here, look at the maximum temperature of 35 degrees. So they are able to tolerate such high temperature, but in a shorter period of time. So further analysis is needed to understand why are they behaving differently, what are the genetic variability that helps them to behave in such order. Okay, in terms of photosynthetic capacity, the capacity to photosynthesize, we seen that due to the light limitation, it has impact the capacity. Although it's healthy, but it's impact the capacity of those in Pulau Kendi, those in the turbid waters. So similarly, longer duration, the impact was more prevalent. All right. So this is the different output that we are getting. So it suggests that temperatures more than 31 degrees, 33 degrees will impact the coral. So in a nutshell, in a conclusion, what I can say, what we can conclude is the short-term temperature changes 2 hours in temperatures up to 35 degrees will not severely affect their photosynthetic apparatus, but prolonged exposure has significant impact, and this supports the hypothesis that turbid water corals are able to survive in the coming climate change phenomena. And corals from highly turbid reef have less tolerance to longer temperature stress. The order of bleaching susceptibility estimated from the extent of chronic photo damage are as follow. So this is what 2 hours incubation and what 4 hours incubation can the bleaching susceptibility are like. So it is very location specific. It's not, although it's the same from the same species, it depends highly on the environment that they live in. Right. So my final conclusion will be, although most species can photoacclimate in reduced light environment, impact of suspended sediment needs to be addressed. So this has not been addressed in the study. Optimal temperature for photosynthesis will be 30 to 31 without compromising the ability to utilize the limited light availability. A strong species-specific responses were observed, and temperature beyond 33 degrees would damage the photosynthetic apparatus. Low light shading in Pulau Kendi did not mitigate the impact but excavate the process for 24 hours. 2 hours, yes, but not 24 hours. So what we did not address and what is unknown is the genetic clades of those symbiodinium. The composition of the endosymbiont present in the host population can change in response to the variation. So we do not have any data to support that. And also the photosynthetic pigments. So this is important in understanding the impacts of light temperature and the xanthophylls pigments and its composition in turbid water coral. So this is understudied, especially in the tropical region. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sazlina, for your great
Thank you, Dr.
presentations
Yoga.
today. Yeah, I can hear you well. Thank you so much for your great presentations today about photosynthetic of hard coral. And this is very specific, very specific topic about hard
Yeah, very
coral.
specific.
Yes, and this is your research, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 questions already in the chat box, but I would like to go to Mr. Hanan first before we go to Ibu Ninik. Okay. Is Mr. Hanan here? Hello? Hello? Mr. Hanan, are you here? Okay.
Hello.
Yeah,
hello.
please do. You may
Yes.
ask Professor Rosita directly.
Thank you. Yes.
Operator, could you show Mr. Hanan and Professor Rosita also on the screen? Thank you, operator. So we will be here for you. Yeah. We can see your face, Mr. Hanan. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Please do.
Thank you very much to Professor Rosdiana. The operation of digitalization, the application of digitalization in the field of research culture. Does it have an impact increasing inspiration of production?
Yeah, I get your answer. Actually, I understand what you were trying to ask me, whether or not digitalization in the field of fishery will increase the capture. I think by right, the concept of using digitalization is to improve the production, be it in aquaculture or even in fishery. But of course, in fishery, it has to be done in a very careful manner because we don't want to, exploit the resources. But like what have been done for ages, I think ultrasound technology, sonar technology is used to detect the presence of fish underwater, which, can increase your catch. But at the same time, with the latest technology, we can also be selective, I think, on what size of species that we want to capture. That is the beauty of it, that I think that can be improved in terms of this technology. So definitely the idea, like I said in the first few slides, is, digitalization is to improve the production, be it in aquaculture or fishery. But again, we have to be very careful in terms of our exploitation. But for aquaculture, I think should be okay. Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Thank you, Mr. Hanan.
Yes, siap. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Oke, maka thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanan and Professor Rosita. So I get the point that we must be very selective in increasing. I mean, in using the technology also,
Yeah.
because we have to maintain we have to preserve the fish. Also,
Good.
yeah, thank you, Mr. Hanan and Professor Rosita. The second question is from Ibu Nini.
Yeah.
Operator, could you show Ibu Nini, please? But I would like to help her but I believe you can speak Malay language.
Boleh, no problem. Actually,
okay, great.
Yeah.
So I don't need to translate. Okay.
Yeah, I have read Ibu Ninik question ya. Waalaikumsalam Ibu Ninik, thank you. Terima kasih untuk soalannya. I don't think you have to reread again. Saya faham soalannya ya. Ibu Ninik mau tahu bagaimana statusnya digitalization of aquaculture in our country. Saya rasa kita tidak terlalu jauh berbeza. Penerapan digitalization ataupun digitalisasi itu masih lagi di peringkat at infancy level, masih lagi di peringkat permulaan, belum lagi begitu advance. Tapi saya tahu ada beberapa companies ya, syarikat ataupun aquaculture farms yang sudah menggunakan tidak secara keseluruhan total smart aquaculture system, mungkin sebahagian saja. Misalnya dia guna RAS, recirculating aquaculture system yang sudah digitalisasikan, ataupun di bahagian water quality monitoring sahaja mungkin dia sudah implement. Tapi I haven't come across yang sebelum jumpa lagi yang betul-betul menggunakan 100% the smart technology. So masih banyak yang masih kita perlu pelajari lah. Dan seperti mana yang saya mention tadi dalam presentation, cost-nya juga agak tinggi. Jadi teknologi ini lebih sesuai untuk operasi yang skalanya besar, offshore, yang susah untuk diakses. Tidak sebegitu yang di land base, mungkin lebih senang aksesnya. Tapi saya melihat sesuatu selepas kita punya pandemik, 2 tahun kita tidak bisa ke ladang misalnya kan, situ yang saya melihat peranan teknologi ini sangat membantu kan. Seandainya saja kita sudah sangat mahir dengan menggunakan dan kosnya mungkin tidak mahal, mungkin saja kita punya operasi itu tidak terlalu tergendala kan, masih bisa kasih makan ikan dari rumah, cuma tekan tombolnya saja, buttonnya, sudah ikan kita sudah oke walaupun it's very far apart from our house misalnya. So saya merasakan ada sesuatu benda yang kita pelajari yang sangat berfaedah semasa pandemik. Ya, even untuk kita punya selaku dosen, kita punya teaching, apakah kita sudah belajar berkaitan berbagai jenis teknologi, begitu juga dengan industri lain. So saya harap saya menjawab soalan Ibu Ninik. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rosita. Could you please, terima kasih Bu Nini. Professor Rosita, could you please in a very short, sentences explaining in English, because Dr. Matsuoka is here about your answer. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So this is in regard of Ibu Ninik's question, Professor. She was asking about the status of digitalization or smart technology in Malaysia. I was saying that we are still very much at our infancy level, not very advanced. Maybe Japan has, implemented more technology when it comes to aquaculture farms. So some farms have, I think, implemented not the whole system, but some parts of the system using smart technology. Maybe in the recirculating aquaculture system, they use a digitalized system, or even in water quality monitoring. But I haven't come across the whole system of aquaculture system in Malaysia that utilize fully The nearest that I came across is the one from Singapore that I shared just now on, using on barge at the sea. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Rosita. So may I know, do you know that how many, the percentage of the aquaculture farming in Malaysia that is now utilizing the technology that you mentioned in general?
I don't have the exact figure, but I think if it's like, just small part of their system, like water quality, RAS, I think I would say easily at least 30% have used RAS in the system with fully digital mechanisms, things like that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer. Thank you. So similar to other countries, that Malaysia also have some obstacles and challenging issues for implementing this technology, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Doctor, do I have the questions for Dr. Sazlina about hard coral photosynthetic research, about her research of photosynthetic of hard coral? Dr. Zazlina, my question is, you mentioned that they look unhealthy, but they are healthy. If I'm not mistaken, the conclusion in your research of photosynthetic of hard coral. May I know what is the purpose in general? What is the purpose of your research contributing in preserving the hard coral in Malaysia, especially?
Thank you, Dr. Yoga. As you know, the coral diversity is declining all over the world, and the turbid water corals was never addressed as one of the major contributing of biodiversity of the corals. So our aim was to make that make that known that this coral in turbid waters, they look unhealthy. They are perceived as not a tourist attraction or other economical value, but they are healthy in terms of photosynthetic health. They provide nursing grounds for other fishes in that particular area. So if it goes unaddressed, like I said just now, the development will happen in that area, and we will actually lose all the nursing ground for the fisheries in that particular area. So that is our aim, to make it known that please conserve not the clear water corals, but also the turbid water corals.
Okay, the last questions perhaps. Do you have any suggestions to protect for the young generation all over the world in protecting the coral in the sea? Do you have suggestions for them?
My suggestion is to understand the function of coral or the coral reef as a nursing ground for the fishes. So when you understand the importance of why the coral reef exists, so it will help you understand why you need to protect that area. So if you do not understand why the importance, so that is sad because it's being seen as a tourist attraction, not an economical value. So the policy on that has to change. Perspective on that.
Thank you. I love the last statement, the policy about coral protections in tourism industry, especially for tourism industry, must be changed. In general, okay, not only in Malaysia but all over the world. Thank you, Dr. Zazlina, for your a very good answer for my questions. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, we have come to the end of the agenda. Dear distinguished participants, I would like to thank you very much for your presence, for being here. And I would like my sincere gratitude to all of the honorable speakers, Dr. Matsuoka, Dr. Sazlina Saleh, Professor Rahmin Dauri, and Professor Rosita for being here with us. We are greatly honored. And this is the end of the main sessions, and the next sessions will be parallel session. But all the speakers, you are you don't have the obligations to attend the parallel sessions. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. Now I would like to hand over the main sessions to the master of ceremony. Thank you, and I would like to say, ask you your permissions to leave the Zoom meeting. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to say thanks to Mrs. Dr. Yoga Prihatin, MPD, as the moderator of today's agenda. And next, I would like to give the awarding certificate of appreciation to all the speakers. You can see on the screen. The first is certificate of appreciation for Professor Dr. Insinyur Rohmin Dahuri, MSE. All right. And the second is certificate of appreciation as the speaker for the Honorable Dr. Tatsuro Matsuoka. The third is for Professor Dr. Rosita Sapawi. And the last one is the certificate of appreciation for the speaker, the Honorable Tazlina Saleh, PhD. I would like to say thank you very much to all the amazing speakers for the fruitful discussion. It was insightful and enlightening conference. And I do hope all participants take many insights, knowledge, and benefits from today's discussions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we will have a break time for up to 12:15 p.m. Jakarta time, and we will continue with parallel session at 12:15 p.m. And I would like to announce you, and this is the announcement for all the presenters of parallel session. We would like to inform you that in the parallel session, there will be 2 breakout rooms. There are 2 rooms and 2 moderators. Each room consists of 1 moderator that will guide the presentations of the presenters. And you can see the list of the presenters on the screen. You can directly join the breakout room after this. And after finishing your presentation, don't forget to go back to the main room after finishing your presentation, because at the end of the parallel session, we will announce the best presenter for each room. So see you at 12:15 p.m. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Infisma International Conference on Sustainable Fisheries and Marine 2022. With the topic of the discussion is about the strategic role of the fisheries and marine sector in supporting the agenda of sustainable development goals. In the parallel session, it is divided into 2 rooms. There are 2 rooms and 2 moderators. Each room consists of 1 moderator. And I'm going to mention the room and the name of the moderator. In room 1, the moderator of room 1 is Marilyn Sofiani, and the moderator of room 2 is Noris Meristiani MPD. And you can see the list of the presenters on the screen. And please kindly directly join the room after this. And I would like to remind you one more time, after finishing your presentation, please go back to the main room, because at the main room, at the end of the session, we will announce the best presenter of each room. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so it's time to move on to the next agenda, which is parallel session. It will be conducted by the moderator. So I wish you have a great presentation. Good luck.
Oh, sorry, I think we have a technical problem. Please wait a second.
Labiobatos, Leptococcus, or Lucas. Lucas has silver fins and also scales with silvers. The sixth is Babonimus gonianatus or Tawes. Tawes, we can see that it has black red tile in the end of the tile and in the caudal fin, yellow one.
Sir, we cannot see your presentation. Maybe you
In
need
main
to.
room, please go back to the
Sorry,
centers in main room. Who's still in the main room, please go back to the room 2. And also go back to the room 1 because,
okay.
yeah, please do.
Sorry.
For all the presenters, please join your own room. We already divided into 2 rooms, room 1 and room 2. Please join your room. For the presenters, who are the names is in the list of room 1, please join room 1. And for the presenters who are in room 2, please join room 2 with the moderator, Bu Norit.
Oh, nggak diundang aku.
Iku lah yang
Iya,
iku panitia, hubungi panitia. Di panitia protokoler.
Iya, belum.
Mbak iku apa?
Siapa?
Mbak ES itu.
BN yo, protokoler. Apa? Protokoler. Apa ya sila ya karo aku ya. Nek pulang pekerjaannya protokoler.
Dek iku kayak kambing ngono terus dewean. Ya nggak sih? Rek, Pak Dekan mau ambek bojone loh.
Iya, harusnya ngadeg tapi nunggu ya. Harusnya kan,
Soalnya mulai itu.
ya harusnya kan ngadeg nunggu itu orang tamu. Itu kota balik tau ya.
Saya kok gak ndelok dekan kuwi. Gak kabeh dekan ta? Sing dadi panitia. Kok dekan FAG gak ndelok?
Kabeh harusnya itu.
Kan ndelok Agung.
Anak BKT. Biasanya anak BKT ya. Tapi lupa apa.
Well, Assalamualaikum, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to main room. And our next agenda is awarding certificate of the best presenter of each room. And now I would like to announce the best presenter. And the certificate of appreciation of the best presenter of room 1 is awarded to Nina Nurmala from Universitas Erlangga. Give applause. Well, everyone, and next is the certificate of appreciation of the best presenter of room 2 is awarded to Jeng 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 Rafli Mulyatama from Universitas Sultan Hasanuddin. Congratulations to all the best presenter of each room, but still everybody did very great job. And I would like to inform you to all the presenters to stay monitoring and always check Infisma website to check your paper submission progress. And also I would like to remind you, do not leave WhatsApp group of Infisma because all the informations will be shared by email and all the information about Infisma will be shared in WhatsApp group of Infisma. And if there is revision from the committee, please revise your paper as soon as possible. Do not leave WhatsApp group and stay monitoring and check the website of Infisma. And also I would like to remind you about the conference payment deadline. The conference payment deadline is until 25 August 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, finally we have come to the end of this event. To all participants, I would like to say thank you very much for coming and joining our virtual international conference in Universitas Pancasakti Tegal. Thanks for your kind attention. I do hope all participants take many insights, knowledge, and benefits from today's agenda. So let's close this event by reciting Hamdalah. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Marilyn Champiani, as the mistress of ceremony, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to extend my most sincere gratitude for your enthusiastic participation today. Thank you very much, and also my apologies for any inconvenience. So everyone, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great day. Bye-bye. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you on the next international conference.
Itu dari tempat yang harus itu yang keluar.